The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts,
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam to all the viewers, and welcome again to the Nithyananda Yoga session and the morning routine with the Kailasas Rudras. We're going to be beginning the Nithyananda Yoga now. So let's all sit straight, close your eyes, bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Take a deep breath and let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Please chant the Shiva Mula Mantra internally as we chant it for you. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now perform Tattvachamana. Please take the Panchapatra Mudrani and with your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, please take 3 sips of water and we chant the 3 mantras. ओम आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ओम विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ओम शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा. Rinse your right hand. The base of your right hand thumb. Wipe your lips from right to left twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Rinse your right hand. The index, middle, and ring finger of the right hand touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand. The index finger and thumb join together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. The ring finger and thumb join together, touch your right eye, right ear, and left ear. Rinse your right hand again. The little finger and thumb join together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. And with all the tips of your fingers touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the center of your chest. Rinse your right hand one last time. Now, clasp your right hand in your left hand and keep both your hands on your right thigh as we chant the Sankalpa mantra. Create the deep intention to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva through this session of Nithyananda Yoga. We'll begin the chanting of the Sankalpa mantra. उमोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां ह्यस्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये श्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभतिथौ भानुवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिम्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्माण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूता परमदगल भगयसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्य महाराज गुरु शवन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार द्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगत गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ ऋणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रहित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ रवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठत्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आग्रारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुर्दोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़ योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासम करिष्ये। Om Abhopasprishya. Rinse your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and keep the Panchapatram Udhrani at a safe distance.
Yes. So now let's all begin with a warm-up. Standing up on our yoga mats. Just wake ourselves up completely before we begin with the Nithyananda Yoga. So we're going to be starting with our neck, rotating the neck. So slowly start rotating your neck. So as you rotate your neck, you're going to be breathing as deeply as you can. And at the same time, feel your entire neck. Push your neck as wide as you can. Now let's switch directions. Bring awareness to your neck. See how it's feeling as you rotate it. And relax. Next, we're going to just bring our neck in one direction. So interlace your fingers above your head and gently lower your neck down. Don't pull your neck down with your hands. Just use your hands as a weight. Let the gravity just pull your neck down. You're going to feel a nice stretch all the way till the back. Now slowly relax. And we're going to turn directions. Going backward. Squeeze your neck behind. And slowly come back to the center. Relax. Now we're going to go to the side. Just keep your left hand as weight. and relax. Switching directions. And relax. Okay, that's good. Next, we'll start with our shoulders. So start rotating your shoulders. Bring your hands to your shoulders and start rotating. Go as wide as you can. Try to touch your shoulders together. Sorry, your elbows together. And when your hands go behind, squeeze your back over there. Let's switch directions. And relax. Next, we're going to rotate our entire arms. So make sure you're apart from anything that's close to you and start rotating. Bring in some momentum over here. So it's also going to just get the blood flowing throughout the upper body. Once again, go as wide as you can. Try to keep your elbows straight. Now let's switch directions. And relax. Next, let's go to our wrist. You can start rotating your wrist. Now switch directions. And relax. Next, we're going to pull your wrist towards you. And now take it down. Switch directions. And switch directions. Yes. Next, let's just press our fingers together. Just giving them last stretch. Push your fingers together. Try to straighten and touch your palms together. And relax. Yes. Next, let's interlace our fingers. Stretch your hands above our head. And now pull your back as high as you can. Pull your hands as high as you can. Try to touch the ceiling with your hands. Continue to breathe over here. Feel the nice relaxation as your back just expands. Now just slowly tilt to one side. And slowly come back to the center. Switch directions. Continue to keep the pull in your hands forward. And relax. Yes, that's good. Next, you're going to rotate our hips. Start rotating your hips as wide as you can. And now switch directions. And relax. Next, let's move to our knees. Bend down, bring your palms to your knees and start rotating them. And now switch directions. And relax. Yes. Move to our ankles next. Start rotating one ankle. Pull your toes down when you're rotating. Squeeze your foot. Switch directions. Yes, relax. Let's move to the next foot. Once again, go as deep as you can. You can go slow, but focus on stretching it as deep as you can. When you go down, push your toes down, pull your toes in, and then come up. So it's like a dynamic motion. As you go down, you pull your legs down, and then you're coming up. Let's switch directions. And relax. So with that, we now be moving into the skeleton dance. So take a moment now, stand still, keep your hands by yourself, stand still. Just focus on visualizing yourself as a skeleton. There's no skin, no flesh, no identity, nothing is there. See each part of your body from your foot, your entire leg, your hands, your upper body, your face. The whole body has become just a skeleton. Now, as you hold this visualization, slowly start moving your body. You can keep your eyes open or eyes closed. And start moving your body. Start slow. And gradually, you're going to be increasing the intensity. Drop all the laziness, resistance, tiredness. Each part of your body is independent. Don't have any pattern in the way you're moving your body. Just be intense. That's all. Let's begin.
देवराजसेव्यमान पावनां विपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरम् आशिकाकुमारभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनां विपङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरम् आशिकाकुमारभैरवं आनुकोटिभास्वरं भवातिहारकं परं नीलकण्ठवीक्षिताटधायकं त्रिलोचनं बालकालमङ्कुशं शशूलमक्षरं वार्षिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं श्यामकायमादिक्षरं भीमविक्रमं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रथस्थचारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्पदं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मलोक्यहेम किङ्किणीरसत्कटिं काशिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं भजे कर्मपाशकं कर्मपाशमोचकं सुशर्मदायकं विभुं वर्णवर्णदेशपाशशोभिताङ्गवर्धनं काशिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं भजे नित्यमद्वितीयमिष्टदैवतं निरञ्जनं मृत्युदर्पनाशनं करालतं श्रमोक्षणं काशिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं भजे पद्मचाण्डघोषसन्ततिं वृष्टिपादनष्टभापचालं अष्टसिद्धिदायकं कपालमालिकादलं काशिकापुराणिनाथकालभैरवं कुन्तसङ्गनायकं विशालकीर्तिदायकं काशीवासलोकं
Good. And from here, we should have a bit of a heartbeat going. So take a moment to close your eyes, stand tall, and take a few long, deep inhalations through your nose. And nice long exhalations out of your mouth. And as you do so, try and relax and calm your shoulders, calm your heartbeat, calm your breathing pattern, and come to a nice relaxed position, just witnessing your body, witnessing what's happening after that dynamic movement, the chaotic shaking. Take another deep inhalation through your nose, nice long, filling up your lungs completely, and then exhaling out of the mouth. as you exhale, you're relaxing, you're unclutching, and you're connecting to Swamiji in this deep state of awareness. And again, just notice your heartbeat, notice your breathing pattern, and try and unclutch, relax your body as best you can. One final deep inhalation, nice and long through the nose. And again, exhale out of the mouth, relax your body, let your shoulders sink down. And then let that sinking sensation drive further through the chest, the abdomens, the hips, all the way down through the ground. Be in a nice, deeply unclutched space. And again, bring Swamiji into your inner space. And then you can slowly open up your eyes. And we're going to start off today by coming down into a seated position onto your yoga mat. So we've got a lot of more intense hip openers today. I hope everybody's lower body's doing all right. Actually, if you can just give a thumbs up to the camera to who's joining us on Zoom today, welcome. How's everybody's hips doing? How about here in St. Kitts? Everybody's hips okay? Are we okay to start exploring again, bringing our legs behind our heads? Is everybody comfortable with that? Are you ready for that again today? Yeah? KAILASA Canada is looking good. Okay. Bunch of handsome men over there. Nice to see you all. Okay, so today, yes, we'll be sitting down and we're going to start off exploring getting our legs behind our head. So if you're watching us on YouTube today, welcome. Yesterday was an intense hip opening session, and today we're going to have that as well. So while we're here, from this seated position, let's bring the soles of our feet together as if they're facing one another. And we're going to move into what we know as Yoni Asana in the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. So the first 108 asana sequence, we have Yoni Asana, soles of the feet are flat together, and then you're reaching forward and down out beyond in front of you, okay? So at first, we're going to do some hip exploration by ourselves, and then we're going to partner up afterwards, okay? So first, let's all have our feet together. Hands are flat on the ground. And you're going to take a deep inhalation through your nose. And you're going to exhale and slowly reach out, down, and in front of you, okay? And so the first place that you're going to feel resistance is either the hips or your lower back, okay? While you notice that resistance, I want you to be aware of it and breathe and exhale into it. So as you exhale, you're trying to reach a tiny bit further each time, okay? So it's a deep inhalation again and again through the nose, and exhale, reaching further out in front of you. Unless you're ready, you can sit up and put both legs behind your heads, then keep two hands on the ground. Anybody ready for that right now? Okay, that's why we're doing this right here. This is a preparatory asana, and we're doing this individually, but at some point soon, everybody's going to partner up as well, okay? So I want to make sure that each individual, if you're practicing this at home and you've got somebody available with you, have a partner that you're going to support, and then they support you in this as well, okay? So the first way that you're going to support your partner is by gently pressing down on the lower back and allowing them to reach further. So this is actually the 12th component of Nithyananda Yoga. A lot of people know that there's 12 components, and the 12th one is an optional one, which is weight. We tend to think that it's weight lifting, but actually weight could be applied to the body as well, which expands us in a different way. Rather than building the muscle, we're extending and elongating ourselves through the addition of weight. So I'm going to do a quick demonstration now. When you partner up, okay, you're going to gently press on the lower back. So basically measure half of somebody's back, and then you're going to place both your hands on either side, or so the fingers come to either side. And you can put your elbows into your stomach and just almost like gently lean forward a bit. And if you need to, or I encourage everybody to have some sort of line of communication with your partner. you might gently press forward and they start inching their fingertips towards further away, for instance. Okay, they're ready to go and explore a little bit deeper. But also try and feel how they're breathing. So if I'm here with Nithyananda Maharaj and I notice that he's exhaling, I'm going to gently press down a little bit further as he exhales. Okay, so as somebody inhales, there's going to be a little bit more tension there. So you almost want to breathe and work with them, feel their body and be on the same page. Okay, and again, you're not doing anything that you don't want your partner to do. You want to just support them in expansion and releasing some of that tamasic energy that's hidden deep down within us that we're unlocking now because we're exploring a depth of flexibility that we cannot do so without that 12th component, without that addition of weight, okay? So let's see this now in KAILASA, Canada. Let's see you all team up into partners and just gently support one another in pressing down on that lower spine. And again, be on the same page with your partner. You want to take a deep inhalation. And then on that exhale, that's where you're going to slowly press down on that lower back a little bit more and more. If you don't hear them squeal or say no, that means, okay, you're good to go. You can press a little bit more. Good. And then you can rise up. About after 20 to 30 seconds is ideal for a minimum length of time that you're going to hold. However, you can't extend longer. You can go into 2, 3, even 5 minutes if you really wanted to. Just make sure that you're countering those postures enough, and we'll make sure that we do that as well. Okay. So this is the first asana, Yoni Asana, where the feet are a little bit closer to you and your head is kind of coming down to a point where your forehead is just on top of your feet. But when we put our legs behind our heads, we have a bit more of an angle with our knees. And so the next time that you go through your cycle, after you switch with stretching with your partners, don't keep your heels so close to you. Extend them a little bit further out, as if it's an angle that you're going to lift your foot up over top of your head. Okay? So from that angle, it may be a little bit straight, your knees may be a little bit straighter, but you're going to come down forward even more. Okay. And so if I don't have a partner, my personal tendency is my lower back tightens up right about here. You can always pull yourself down and go deeper and deeper and deeper. But again, when you have a partner, when you have somebody supporting you on that lower back, it really doesn't take too much pressure when you apply it to explore and go further and deeper and get to a point where your foot is pretty much able to come over top of your head. Okay, so if you have not supported somebody yet, now is the time to do so. And ideally, if you are not alone, so if you're on YouTube and you're practicing this from home, the best way to do this if you don't have a partner is to bring yourself to a wall. And you're going to have your back to the wall, and you could place your hands on the back of the wall and press the wall away. Okay. So if I had a wall behind me and I was by myself, I would have my hands pressed up against the wall or the ground. Ideally, the wall is going to give you a little bit more leverage to drive the chest more forward and bring the chest a little bit more down. Okay. So each one of us, let's do this one more time each. Okay. And we do this in repetitions, multiple times through, with gentle exploration. That's where the flexibility starts to build. It doesn't come from one really intense bounce or push lower. It comes from being in the space of uncomfortableness. Is that a word? It comes from being in that space where you feel the sensations that are really not comfortable, and you want to exit, but you sit and you be aware and you be present with what you're feeling, and you breathe. And then what we notice is that if I relax my breathing, take a deep inhalation as best you can, and then you exhale nice and slow to your mouth, and you try and reach just a tiny bit further, you notice that that space opens up within you. And to be honest, if you're in a location, if you're in a kailasa where you have partners available with you, there is no, for me, what I noticed yesterday is there's no greater opportunity to improve your flexibility than working with others and having somebody help you, support you, applying weight and stress to the body in a way that you can't do so on your own. Good job. Nicely done. We're going to go for another 30 seconds here, and then we'll come back to our individual yoga mats. So if you want to get one last stretch in, it looks like Rajananda Maharaj wants to get one last one in. Okay, you called me over. Here we go. Take a deep inhalation and exhale. And just relax forward and down. Good. We'll take 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Everybody rise up and come back to our yoga mats. So let's just come onto our hands and knees real quick. And you're going to just do a quick counter pose in Bhujangasana. So you're coming down onto your chest. You're going to gently first try and use your lower back to lift you up off of the ground. So you might feel a little bit of stress, a little bit of tension in that lower spine, the lumbar spine. Try and use your lower back to lift up the chest. So I can lift up my hands off the ground even right now. That's how much I'm using my back. That's how little I'm using my arms, okay? So first engage that muscle, bring a little blood there, a little heat before we start to push and rise ourselves up, okay? So now with the hands pressed down into the ground, right around the chest level, start to gently raise up your chest and then explore that a little bit further or a little less, depending on where you're at today with that flexibility in your lower spine, okay? So we're going to climb up to a tall Bhujangasana, keeping the toes flat behind you, hips flat onto the ground. And then gently just keep your awareness on that lower spine and open up your chest a little bit more and more. And then gently raise your head up and try and look towards the sky. And then come back down, all the way down onto your chest. And just wiggle from side to side a little bit. Just notice how your lower back is feeling. Okay, we're going to do this one more time. Gently lifting up first with the strength of your lower back. Okay, so you should be able to lift up your hands off the ground and you don't change that height. And then you're going to press into the ground a little bit more and slowly come up as high as you can, opening up the chest, gazing up towards the sky or the ceiling, and come back down. Good, nicely done. Okay, let's push ourselves up onto our knees. And now we're gonna, from this kneeling position, reach our hands forward out in front of us and bring the forehead down onto the ground in front of you. And let the spine elongate now. You should feel that lumbar spine decompress vertebrae by vertebrae. And only you know how to do this for yourself. Nobody can, just like riding a bike, nobody really teaches you how to ride a bike. You have to get guided to understand how to make those mechanics work within your body, find that balance. Same thing here when we're improving flexibility, expanding our body. Only you can feel and understand what works for you and what doesn't. Just know that right now we're trying to extend the lower spine and to decompress the vertebrae in that lumbar spine. Okay, so it should be a nice, relaxing sensation that you're feeling. Once you got some tight shoulders, you may feel this in the shoulders as well. And then you can gently walk your hands in and bring your spine back to neutral position. Okay. So now you can all roll onto your back. And again, we're going to partner up here before we really get to our next asana, 427 Phanidhasana, which is a seated posture, and you lift both your legs upon your head. First, we're going to lie down onto our backs, and you're going to pull your feet towards your forehead. Okay? So in that same setup as Yoni Asana, where we're seated and we're leaning forward, this time we're just going to do this same movement, but in a supine position, pulling the feet in towards the forehead. Okay? And we're going to all experientially understand how much more difficult it is to pull than it is to push. So when you're here, this is really actually a bicep workout. I think we could all probably agree on that it takes a little bit of stress, a little bit of strength in order to pull your feet up towards your head, right? Nothing wrong with that. We can explore that. However, it makes it a little bit more challenging for you when you're trying to improve your flexibility. Specifically in a posture such as this, where it has a lot of resistance in the movement, okay? So continue exploring this for a few more moments, and then again, we're going to partner up again and try to expand ourselves. And the simplest way of doing that is pressing down onto the heels of your partner and have the other hands at the lower thigh, just to make sure that they don't roll back towards their head, okay? So while you're there, or while we're individual, once you're ready, we're going to switch into partner mode, okay? And again, the easiest way to support your partner is they're trying to pull their feet down towards their forehead, and you're going to press gently on the heels so that they come a little bit easier towards their forehead. And if you're looking at their face and they're wincing and they're like, hey, they're pretty much like signaling you to stop, go a little bit harder. No, I'm kidding. But be in communication with one another. Okay, you're exploring somebody else's body. You have no idea what they are feeling in this moment. So be gentle, take a lot of caution and care with wherever they're at. But it's always easiest when you're in communication. Maybe they really want to go a little bit further and a little bit harder than the previous person you were with. So maybe you want to explore that. So just like before, we're going for about 20 to 30 seconds as a minimum. And if they want to continue and go further, nothing wrong with that. But the idea is here, we're going to go through this process in repetitions, meaning we're going to try and cycle through 2 to 3 times each and notice the difference in flexibility each time. And again, even have a working conversation with whoever you're helping out, whoever your partner is. If you're being stretched and something's happening that you don't want to happen, make sure you voice that out. If there's something that you want to happen that's not happening, voice that out as well. A lot of times we may think we may be stretching somebody or helping them, and in actuality, we may be hurting them, and vice versa. So have that open line of communication with whoever you're working with. And like a lot of postures, the most important aspect that you can focus on if your flexibility is being worked on, if you're being stretched, is your breathing. Your breathing is what allows you to unclutch and explore and go a little bit deeper with each posture that we go through. As you inhale, you're going to have a little bit more tension. As you exhale, you're going to have a natural tendency to be able to unclutch and relax further and deeper into the postures. So that unclutching movement is engaged by the exhalation. And when you're breathing a little bit quicker and chaotically, it makes it a little bit more challenging to unclutch and relax and disengage from that tension, that stress that you may be feeling. Okay. Okay, so let's go through this one more time each until we are able to explore and see if we can get our feet all the way behind our heads from a sitting position, which is, again, the asana we are building towards today. Asana number 427. Again, if you're joining us today on YouTube, welcome. We'll make sure that the login link is available for you to sign in through KAILASA's Punya portal to join us live here every morning. If you have the opportunity to come on camera, we'll be able to help you out a little bit further in your personal practice. Further receive the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. So let's go for 30 to 60 more seconds here. So if you want to get one last stretch in before we attempt this posture, feel free to do so. That's it. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Let's relax and come back onto our knees here. And we're just going to counter this posture, this forward bend, with another back bend. You were here with us yesterday. We performed this posture. So you're up on your knees, standing tall. Tuck your toes so your toes are pressed into the ground. And first, bring your hands to your lower back and just gently start to push your hips a little bit further forward. and open up your chest. Okay. This may be where you're at today. If you're able to, try and bring one hand down to the back heel, the raised heel behind you, and then the other hand. And then, if possible, start to push your hips forward. Let the shoulder blades drop down, the chest open up, and then tilt the head back. And again, keep pushing the hips forward and keep that core engaged as you do so. Okay? You're pushing the hips forward, opening up the chest, tilting the head back, deep inhalation through the nose, and exhale out of the mouth. And see if you can open up that back bend a little bit further, a little bit deeper. Chest rises a little bit more with each exhalation and inhalation. Okay. Then when you're ready, bring one hand to the lower back and then the other, and gently rise up and come down onto your knees with toes flat behind you. Okay. So the posture here is Phanindrasana. You're seated on your sitting bones, on your butt. The 2 feet come up and you wrap them behind your head. And you place both hands on the ground in front of you. I'm not demonstrating. Anybody here able to? No? Yeah, it's an intense one, right? So, KAILASA St. Kitts, nobody? Canada? YouTube? Can't see you anyways. Okay, so it's an intense posture, right? Very difficult to get into even holding that balance from a seated position and lifting up both legs and bringing them behind the head and crossing them, right? So that's why we do all these preparatory movements. And that's why personally, I'm so grateful that we're going through these sessions every morning. We're spending 2 hours taking our time to explore our own depth with wherever we're at, okay? So if you're able to get 1 foot behind your head, like Parameshwar Maharaj is demonstrating on my right, and he's nearly there. We're all just watching him struggle. Okay, it's a great job, right? However, to really get to the posture and perform it perfectly, there's a lot of moving parts to that. And the obvious one first for a lot of us is that flexibility, that deep flexibility in the hip. So we're going to explore this now individually on each foot, one at a time. So a very common yoga posture we know of today is that pigeon position, where you're in a prone position, your back leg, so your one leg, let's all just stay on the same side here. So maybe everybody extend their left leg out behind you. Okay, so left leg is long behind you. Hands are flat on the ground in front of you. And your right knee is bent. And it's going to be at a deeper angle. Okay, so it's not flat at a 90-degree angle in front of you. Let's just keep it at a deeper angle at first. So the heel is close to your perineum. Okay. And the tendency is you rock over onto that right side hip. Try and make sure that your hips are parallel to the ground. So both your sitting bones are going to come off the ground here. And then let your weight sink into your rear glute. So you're going to feel this more in the right glute, the side of your butt cheek, basically, near that hip bone. Okay. So there's, as we explore bringing our leg behind our head, there's flexibility that's required, not just in one area. It's required in a lot of different parts of the body. So we're going to slowly work each part of that flexibility that's required, one piece at a time. So right now, we're in that high glute area, and I want you to just try and feel where you're feeling that tension, where you're feeling that stress and resistance. And again, focusing on your inhalations here, and exhale into that stress, into that sensation that you're feeling the flexibility and the tension in, the space that we're trying to open up. So anybody that's flexible It's almost like anybody that's strong, it's the same thing. It's just time and intensity multiplied by your awareness. Okay, so you're bringing your awareness, you're bringing your focus, your intention into the movement or the posture in this scenario that we're trying to increase flexibility through. So while you're here, don't let your mind wander. Allow yourself to be focused and in the moment and feel what's happening. Flexibility is a result of just being a witness and being present rather than letting the mind run away from the sufferings, run away from the stress or the tension by thinking about something else or looking outside of you. Okay? Now you can slowly rock over onto the one side. We're going to switch sides. So extend your right leg now. And bring the left knee up, bringing the left heel towards the groin. And again, so same angle that you're going to have your knee on as the opposite side that we just finished. And the tendency may be to have that left hip down on the ground or the left sitting bones down on the ground. Make sure you rock and roll yourself up. So the only thing that's making contact with the ground is your shin, your knee, your ankle, your foot, and your two hands. Obviously the leg behind you as well. But you're letting all that weight sink into that left glute now. And so you should almost be able to lift your hands up off the ground to feel that tension, feel that space open up in that left glute cheek, okay? So again, you're letting gravity do its work as you press further into that deep part of your glute, okay? We'll go here for another about minute or so. So while we're here, again, focus on the area that's being stretched. Focus on that space that's being stretched. And the best way to do so is through the breath, taking deep, nice long inhalations through the nose and exhaling out of the mouth, relaxing further and further, avoiding that wandering mind by continuously bringing yourself back to the breath, back to that space that you're feeling the tension and difficulty in. Okay, go for another few more seconds. You want to go a little bit deeper. One last inhalation. Exhale. Good. Now we're going to slowly rise up, bring our feet back. We're going to switch back to the right foot now. This time, though, you're going to bring your foot so it's more at a 90-degree angle bend between your knee. Okay, so your leg is going to be more parallel in front of you. So if I have a square box in front of me, which is perfect, my shin ideally is parallel with that line. Okay, so now this time you're going to feel this in a little bit of a different area. So it's not just going to be in the glute. You're going to feel this along the outer thigh a little bit. Now, while you're here, the most important part in this movement is to protect your knee, to take care of your knee. So if you feel a twist in your knee at any point, it means you're stretching the wrong spot. So you should feel this only in the muscle, only in the thigh. If you feel a twist in your knee, just means that you need to bring your heel a little bit further back again. Keep it on a little bit more of an angle, okay? So wherever you're at with your flexibility, whether the heel is still close to your perineum or you're able to bring your knee or your shin so it's parallel to the ground in front of you, we're going to explore that depth and that flexibility in the same way, which is through the breath. So keep holding wherever you're at, and you're going to lower your chest down a little bit further if possible. Okay? The chest comes down. As you exhale, sinking more and more into that movement. So again, the tendency here is you rock over onto one side. Try and avoid that. And again, this is a great opportunity to sit in a posture in a space that, if you practice Nithyananda yoga daily, whether the Pratama Vinyasa Krama or any of the other Sakala Vinyasa Kramas, you're going through the postures quite quickly. But in this morning yoga session, we have a great opportunity to explore wherever we're at individually to try and get to these more advanced yoga postures. Okay? So let's all rise up now, and we're going to switch over to our other leg, our left leg now. For the second and last, or the second to last, I guess, side. So after this, we're going to do one more exploration in a similar setup. But again, focus here on keeping that shin parallel in front of you, if possible. If you're feeling a torque on your knee at any point, back out of that movement, bring the heel a little bit closer to you. This is your practice today. This is your opportunity to open up your hips, open up that thigh, and try and find that space of possibility deep within your ultimate self where you're sitting down and you're able to put both legs behind your head with ease and comfort. Surely there is a space within us all that would like to do that, right? It's an advanced posture with immense benefits. And so while we're here, even visualizing yourself performing that posture is a great way of keeping the mind focused. Again, the tendency is to have a wandering mind, to start playing with dust in front of you, start looking at your hands to see random things. The mind wanders in various ways. Again and again, bring it back to the moment, bring it back to the present by feeling the stretch, feeling what's happening within your leg. We'll go for another 30 more seconds here. Looking good, Kailasa, Canada. Good, nicely done. Okay, so let's all rise up now. And we're going to switch our legs. We're going to move to the right leg now. This time we're going to increase that intensity, and it's going to be a similar setup to when you're bringing your leg behind your head. So if wherever you're at, if you're able to, you're going to extend your foot so it's a little bit further out in front. So it's almost like a deep lunge position where your back toes are tucked onto the ground and your foot is flat in front of you. But with both hands on the ground, try and extend that foot so it's about a length away from where your head would be. So it's almost like you're trying to bring your head down rather than bring the foot up. So when we're trying to lift ourselves up and pull using the strength of our bicep, our feet towards our head, it's quite difficult, right? To have that type of strength. So we're going to use gravity to our advantage here. And you're going to open up your knee so it blades out a little bit, making sure that you take care of your knee. Again, if you at any point feel this in your knee, it means you're not doing it properly. You're stretching the wrong area. So then back out of it, nothing wrong with that. Bring the heel a little bit closer if you need to. But what we're doing here now is we're trying to let the chest sink down to a point where maybe you can bring your elbows onto the ground and your forearm. Okay? And then from there, you play with the amount of weight that's on your forearm. So what I mean by that is if I lift up and reduce the amount I'm pressing into my forearms and adjusting that weight and that pressure into my ankle, into my foot, it means I'm going to be pressing and opening up my hip flexor and my hip and that outer thigh, all of those areas that need to be flexible in order to get the foot behind the head. So you may be down on the ground with your forearms on the ground, but the majority of the weight could actually be dispersed onto your foot rather than your forearms. Okay? Or onto your hands, depending on wherever you're at. Ultimately, the same thing though. The idea is to inhale and exhale. And on that exhale each time, you're trying to explore a little bit deeper and deeper to allow that hip to open up more and more. So we're going to stay here for a little bit of time. And relax into the posture as best you can. Okay? But the idea is we're using, again, gravity to support us rather than lifting our legs up towards us with the strength of our biceps is the easiest way for you to open up that deep area in the hips to allow the foot to get behind the head. And again, the tendency is to shorten the breath, have a mind wander, especially at the longer that we're sitting here. You may be thinking, okay, let's move on, let's go, let's do something different. Drop all of that. You have a perfect acharya today. Perfect. I'm teaching absolutely perfectly. You don't need to worry about whether we're making any wrong decisions. We're here too long or too short. The length of time is perfect for you. Okay, so gently release and go deeper and deeper. Each exhalation, we'll go for another 30 seconds before we open up the opposite leg's hip. So if you want to try and explore a little bit further by bringing the foot a little bit further away from you, a little bit further away from your head than where it was at, take a few more seconds to do so. Looking good, Kailasa, St. Kitts. Okay, we'll go for 10. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Let's rise up. We got one more time on the opposite leg again. Okay, so we're going to bring our left leg forward this time whenever you're comfortable and ready. And the idea is to get that foot as far out in front of you as you can. Extending that back leg, your right leg behind you. And let the ankle rotate. So the knee flares out to the side. Okay? You can have your two hands flat on the ground. The elbows can be straight and locked. And if you're ready and comfortable, you can try and sink down and bring your elbows onto the ground. Maybe you just bring your right elbow down and the left hand stays straight. And this is where you're at to feel an intense stretch in that left hip flexor, or not the hip flexor, the left hip. But if you're comfortable and able to, bring both elbows down. But again, at any point, if you feel any stress, tension in your knee, that's what you're wanting to avoid. We're working on the muscle deep down in those areas that we don't even know exist within us. A lot of us tend to sit a long time in chairs. The body just simply does not know what these movements are. And there's a lot of tamasic energy pent up in these spaces that we're trying to release. And how you release it, the key to letting it go is your, first and foremost, your awareness. And you bring your awareness there by keeping focused, intention, and maintaining that intensity. So again, this is your yoga practice. You're the master here. You know where you're at. You know what feels right, what doesn't feel right. You know if you're being authentic. One person may look like they're doing it completely perfectly, while the other next to them could be in the same exact posture, but one is doing it authentically, the other is not, and they could be completely going in the opposite directions. One improving flexibility versus one maybe causing pain and suffering. We each have our own body structure, our own mental setups. And so only you can explore authentically the depth of each posture in order to, in this scenario, our intention, get both of our legs behind our heads. Okay? So continue to follow your breath, follow your breathing pattern. We got a few more seconds here at KAILASA, Canada. Nice long, deep inhalations through the nose. Nice long, deep exhalations out of the mouth. Go for 30 more seconds here. So if you want to get one last deep stretch within you, now's the time to do so. Good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Let's rise up onto our knees and sit down onto our heels. Okay, so what we're trying to explore here is the next 5 asanas is where you're basically in the same exact position. You're sitting down and your hands are in various different postures and the 2 legs are behind your head. So rather than struggle our way through each one of those 5 one at a time, just understand that this part of the sequence is extremely intense in the hip region. And so that's why we're doing these postures right now. We're building towards being able to perform each one of those 5 asanas. Okay. So they are intense. They are, if you wanted to call them, expert level, in that getting your leg behind the head isn't something that the average person can do. There's nothing wrong with wherever you're at, but understand the importance of being able to show up every day and explore the depth of wherever you're at on that day. Some days you may be able to get your leg behind your head. Some days you may not be able to. But if you're spending time and awareness each and every morning like we're doing during these sessions, eventually you're going to slowly progress and get to a space where you're able to form each one of these, for us right now, each one of these 5 upcoming asanas, okay? So while we're in these postures, while we're in these postures, they're very similar to one another. So rather than, again, spending time in struggling from that seated position, we're going to jump to the 6th asana from here. And we're going to rock back onto our back, and we're going to explore this same similar movement that we've done at the beginning. And let's see if we can notice that we've opened up our hips a lot more or a lot less. Maybe you'll find that you haven't improved at all. But what you should find now, as we lay down onto our back and work with our partners, is that you're able to almost get your foot behind your head if you were struggling a little bit, or maybe you weren't even able to get your foot to your chest, but now you're able to, okay? So again, we're gonna move into partners, and you're gonna have one partner laying down on their back, and they're gonna lift up their feet, both of their feet, and trying to explore getting that foot behind their head, okay? By pulling both feet towards them. And as the individual pulls, the partner's going to push down onto the heel. So Manoj, if I can use you as a demonstration before we all quickly jump into this. He's going to have the 2 soles of the feet together. He's scooping his hands from deep underground, and he's pretty much able to do it already, which is great. So all I'm going to do as a partner is I'm going to have my hands pressed onto the heel, and he can keep his hips down by wrapping his hands around his thighs. And so now my only job right now is to gently press this down and try and almost follow his breath and be in communication with him and let him tell me if he wants to go a little bit deeper or if he wants to back out of the stretch, okay? So no matter who you're working with, most important thing is making sure that you're listening to your partner. You don't want to be doing something that is going to cause them harm. The first rule is avoid harming yourself or other. Nicely done. So if you have not yet switched up into partners, let's see this over in Canada as well. St. Kitts, nice job. Keep working in teams of 2. And again, you should be able to notice a difference here in how your flexibility has improved from that first time we went through this cycle this morning. So the tendency as you press down on somebody's heel is their lower back will come up off the ground as well. You can keep one hand, if your partner is comfortable with it, in the lower thigh region, just to make sure that they don't rock backwards as you press back their feet. And again, as you're being stretched, you're focusing on your breathing pattern, exhaling, and ideally you're holding a static movement here rather than bouncing up and down. You want to slowly extend and explore with presence and awareness. That's it. If you have not yet been stretched, you can slowly switch partner. And if you want to cycle through one more time each, you can definitely do that as well. Okay, so we'll be here for another 2 to 3 minutes or so. So if you want to get one more cycle in each time, or each person, each partner, feel free to do so. All right, looking good, KAILASA, Canada, St. Kitts. And again, if you're here joining us live on YouTube or watching this recording, welcome to KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, authentic yoga, the original yoga revived as per the authentic original yogic scriptures, thanks to His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We are experiencing and exploring the possibilities of all of the authentic asanas derived from the yogic scriptures, Sanskrit references from the masters, the sages, the rishis that have come before us, landing on planet Earth, allowing us to express and live enlightenment. We'll go for another 10 to 20 seconds here. I see Canada's still at it. Nicely done, team. We'll go for another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Okay. Not quite Shavasana time yet. Okay, so let's rise up into a seated posture. If you're working with your partner, just slowly relax and release wherever they're at. As we all come back to our mats, you're just going to be in a seated posture, and we're going to move into another intense flexibility demanding posture, but this one not so bad as getting both your feet behind your head. So before we explore this next posture, though, we're just going to extend our feet out straight in front of us, and we're going to focus on deepening our hamstrings. Okay, so the next movement, we're going to be laying down onto our backs and the legs are completely straight and extended. So let's just take a quick moment here to open up our hamstrings wherever you're at. Okay, so a lot of us know Paschimottanasana, where your knees are straight, legs out in front of you, and you're reaching and you're holding on to your big toes. The tendency here is to bend your knees if you're not able to hold on to your toes. But when you bend your knees, yes, your chest comes further down, but you're not going to open up that space that we're really trying to connect with right now. And so the first thing I want everybody to focus on is just keep your legs locked, your knees locked, and wherever you're at, even if it's like, 2 degrees deeper from where I'm at right now, That's fine. There's nothing wrong with not having a ton of depth. What matters is feeling that uncomfortable sensation in the Paschimata, the western side of the posture, so our back and our hamstrings. Okay, so wherever you're at, the first step, knees are locked, toes up, and just start to slowly extend and slide your hands forward to a point where if you feel your knees want to come up, then stop there. Okay, so stop wherever your knees want to come up, and if they as you sink deeper and deeper, aren't coming up, that's great. So extend further and further with your chest. But wherever the knees want to start to come up, I want you to stay there and I want you to feel that area. I want you to feel that burning sensation. Flexibility is that process of just sitting with Agni within you and allowing that tamasic energy to burn up thanks to the awareness and then tension that you're bringing into the posture. So again, the mind tends to wander. As soon as you feel that discomfort, we want to run away from it. We want to focus on something else. We want to back out of the posture. We want to maybe bounce or just run away from it. The whole purpose is to feel and sit with that discomfort. Okay, so sit with the discomfort wherever you're at, and then gently rise up about 2 inches or so, and then go deeper into it. And the best way to do this is by following your breath. So wherever you're at, you're inhaling, rising up just a tiny bit, and then exhale and go deeper into that sensation, deeper into the unknown, deeper into the discomfort, and allow your body to be pushed in a way that we don't normally do. Again, when we sit on our chairs all day long, your hamstrings are not in an elongated position, obviously. And so they tend to tighten up first, along with those hips that we already released and opened up, which is why we have such poor flexibility in our hamstrings from this daily westernized lifestyle that we've all become accustomed to. And so we've really got to spend time, bring our awareness, bring our presence in opening up those spaces. Okay. So similar to last few postures, we're going to open ourselves up here in partners as well whenever you're ready. Okay. So you're going to partner up, and each person should have somebody press down on their lower back at least one time. Okay. So we're going to spend 2 to 3 minutes, one time for each person. Make sure if you're with somebody today, you take advantage of this opportunity to have that 12th component, that weight component of an authentic yoga practice, which is in this scenario, weight being applied, not weight lifted, but weight being applied onto that lower back region. So if I'm supporting somebody, I've got my elbows pressed up into my stomach. My hands are at their lower to mid back, and I'm just leaning forward, not really engaging any of my muscles. I'm just using my own body weight to apply that pressure. And I'm just feeling their body work through this. So as I notice that they're exhaling and trying to go deeper, then I'm going to support them. So if they're inhaling, I'm not going to press down right away. But if they expand their lungs, inhale, and then they exhale, and they're actively wanting to reach further, then I'm going to press and support that process with them. And again, be in communication. If you're the one being stretched, talk to your partner, let them know, oh, I want to, go a little bit further. Oh, no, back out. Be in communication. And a lot of the times for you that's applying the pressure, you can just feel and listen to them. And that's their communication. Now, again, the tendency is to lift up the knees or to even open up the hips a bit so the knee flares out to the side. If you're being stretched, the first step here is we want to keep our knees locked and press down into the ground pretty much. That's your main focus. So if somebody is like that, the goal then is just to lean the chest forward. Okay, so I'm here, I'm supporting, the knees are flat on the ground, and I'm just pressing them a little bit further as they focus on keeping their knees straight. And if you're being worked on, if you have not yet switched partners, sorry, now is the time to do so. Again, we're going for about 2 to 3 minutes each. So feel free to rotate within that rough time frame. And as you're being stretched, you're focusing on your breathing, taking nice, deep, long inhalations, and then exhaling, unclutching, going further into that uncomfortable sensation. And slow your breath as best you can. Nicely done. KAILASA St. Kitts, let's make sure we're partnering up one more time each. Has everybody already gone once each side? Can I get a thumbs up if so? Okay, great. Okay, so one more time. We'll go for about another minute or so. You don't have a partner, you want to have a partner, call somebody over. If you're standing right in front of, okay, so you got about 45 more seconds here to explore your hamstring depth, your hamstring flexibility this morning before we jump into a final sequence of asanas that we're going to be much more prepared for, ready to explore. Okay, about 20 more seconds. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Okay, so each one of us can now come onto our individual yoga mats from a seated position. We're going to fake you out with Shavasana, but what you're going to do is you're laying down and your legs are going to, you're going to bring your feet towards you and you're going to try and reach for your big toes. Okay, so you're holding your big toes in prana mudra, meaning index and middle finger are wrapped around from outside in around the big toes. Knees are bladed out wide, and you're going to slowly drive your heels towards the ceiling and try and lengthen and lock out those knees now. So we're doing that Paschimottanasana position, very similar to what we just worked on, but our legs are extended straight out and up, and Chakrasana too. Okay, while we're here, we're visualizing each one of your chakras as a bright white light. From the Muladhara all the way up to the crown center, Sahasrara chakra. But the gaze goes straight up towards the ceiling. And again, we're trying to extend and elongate our hamstrings by locking out those knees as best you can. Sahaja Kumukha. You're just taking nice, deep, long inhalations through your nose. Holding your breath comfortably here. And exhaling comfortably whenever you feel ready and needed. Okay, keep Mula Bandha engaged. So stealing that perineal floor. And the japa is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So continue to drive those heels up. Explore that depth. And hold in Chakrasana too.
Dehatani Abdullavatibe, Paganam Abdali Parakine, Abunte, Yatrasana Kevayate. Nicely done. Then slowly let the feet come flat onto the ground. Heels and soles onto the ground. In Tanasana, we're just going to keep our legs in this position. Hands are resting on tops of your thighs. Back of the head is down on the ground as well. And this is our great opportunity to unclutch and relax from all that stress that's been applied onto the back, the hamstrings, through these preparatory movements in Chakrasana as well. So here, take a deep inhalation through your nose again. Hold the breath comfortably. And then when you're ready, relax and unclutch and allow your body to sink deep into the mat or the ground beneath you. Okay, so the elbows can come down onto the ground just outside of your hips. Palms are on the tops of your thighs, close to your hip flexors. Soles of the feet are flat on the ground. Knees are bent. Okay, so keep your heels down on the ground. You should have a nice natural grip so you don't have to engage your legs at all. So while you're here, try and understand this movement where your lower body is not engaged. You don't need to have any muscles engaged. You don't need to feel any stress or tension. You're trying to relax and sink deep into a Shavasana type experience, but with the legs bent here. Okay. The knees are up tall. You don't need to keep the knees together. They can be slightly separated and allow your body to sink deep into the ground just by being in this space. Okay, same as before. Japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, rotating in the Vishuddhi chakra in the throat center. Visualize Swamiji here. You want to keep your eyes open or closed, it's up to you. The eyes are open, you're just gazing straight up towards the ceiling. Bhagavad-bhuvotishte, Tavasanam bhavati, Adadvayam, Itano, Tanasanam bhavati. And from this nice relaxed position, we're going to engage the muscles that we've been working on in a different way now. Okay, so moving into Trikutasana, to a mountain posture. You're going to first, probably easier if we extend our feet out, engage your elbows and lift yourself up into a seated position. Legs are extended straight out in front of you. Okay. So we're not moving into Paschimottanasana, but you should be in that seated position in a similar setup. Okay. Keep your hands flat on the ground, toes. Fingers are pointed forwards towards the toes. Hands just behind the hips, okay? Then you're gonna bring your feet flat onto the ground. So the knees are raised up. And then you're gonna bring your elbows down onto the ground. Okay?
Now we're going to lift the middle portion of the body. So from this position, it's going to be easier if your heels are a little bit closer towards the sitting bones, towards your groin. And you're going to lift up the glutes off the ground. Okay? You're driving your heels into the ground and lifting up your hips. You're not bringing your hands and toes and your feet onto the ground, but you're driving in that same type of motion by engaging the glutes and lifting up. Okay? Naturally here, Mula Bandha gets engaged, and if it's not quite engaged, feel that perennial floor a little bit more. Okay, we're still breathing. It's the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Visualizing yourself as a mountain and the japa rotating in the Vishuddha chakra in the throat center is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keeping your gaze straight ahead, fixed on one point.
उत्तानसैनं पादतलाभ्यां उर्वरो अवरोधि निधाय पृष्ठप्रदेशे उन्नातम यत् त्रिपुटं भवति.
Good, and then let the hips sink down and reduce the pressure on your elbows by bringing your hands or your elbows off the ground and keeping your hands down on the ground with the elbows extended straight. Okay, so the next movement is a similar posture, similar setup in the way you're driving your hips upwards with your feet flat. This time in the movement, we're going to keep our elbows off of the ground, and the elbows are locked, extended straight out down beneath you. Okay, fingers are still pointing towards the toes, and you're going to drive the hips up by lifting up through the heels, pressing up through the heels, and open up the chest as you let the head drop back into a parallel alignment with the rest of your spine. So the tendency is the hips start to sink down, and maybe you're not able to drive the hips all the way up. That's fine. Wherever you're at, though, make sure you're driving and pressing through the heels. So you could think about even lifting up your toes off of the ground to accentuate that lifting up through the heels. But either way, you're engaging your glute, you're squeezing the glute muscles as you lift up the pelvis towards the ceiling. And the goal is to get the hips and the stomach and the chest parallel to the ground as you drive and lift yourself up. Okay, so keep holding that posture. You want to keep the the wrists in a line with the shoulders and the elbows. So don't keep your hands on an angle. Wrists are directly beneath the shoulders the whole time as you drive yourself up. Okay, if you're already feeling a little bit of stress and difficulty in holding yourself here, visualize yourself as a pillar. Maybe one existing for thousands of years within a Hindu temple in Chatushpada Pitam, pillar pose. Okay, so if you need to take a moment to relax and bring the hips down and relax your shoulders and cross your legs and shake out your arms, we're going to do this one more time, trying to, again, explore our possibilities. So the tendency is the hips stay down, try and drive them up a little bit further. Okay, you may be feeling challenged and stressed out in your shoulders as well. Nothing wrong with that. Relax them, shake out the arms. And we're going to do this one more time. Let's see if we can expand and find a deeper expression of this posture with wherever we're at today. So similar setup, feet are flat on the ground. Ideally, heels a little bit closer means you're going to be able to drive yourself up a little bit better. Fingers are pointed towards the feet. Hands are slightly behind the hips, outside of the body's frame. Lift up the hips, drive the pelvis forward and up. Let the head sink back. Let the chest open up. Try and find that parallel position with the midsection towards the ground. And hold here, visualizing yourself as a pillar, strong, sturdy, stable. You could hold this position for thousands of years. Om Nithyananda, Paramashivoham, rotating in the throat center. Nicely done. Slowly sink the hips down, coming to a seated posture. Okay, shake out the arms. We're going to go for about 5 more minutes here until we explore Shavasana. So stick with us, doing great. Done a great job so far today. Obviously, a different type of ending to the sequence. We started with a lot of flexibility. Now we're challenging the strength of the muscles that we opened up. We're probably feeling this in our shoulders, and we're going to continue leaning into that right now with our next posture. Okay, so similar setup as what we just did, but it's a slightly more advanced version where this time, rather than the feet flat and the knees bent, you're extending your feet out, and ideally the knees are straight and locked. Okay, so in Purvattanasana, fingers are again pointing towards the toes, and the elbows are straight. But rather than bending my knees, I'm lifting up right away. And maybe this is the depth that you can go to, but slowly try and rise up further and further and further by digging the heels more and more into the ground, maybe letting them slide towards your body to allow your hips to come up a little bit further and keeping the body frame straight as the head sinks back and the chest opens up, pressing the hands through the ground, opening up and trying to get the hips parallel in alignment with the spine. Okay, hold for a few seconds, challenge yourself, and then slowly lower yourself back down to a comfortable position as well. Okay, so you're holding for a few seconds, wherever you're at, nothing wrong. If you're keeping your hips a little bit sunken, when you're ready, you can come down and relax and shake out your shoulders again. Okay, so you're going to feel this obviously in the external part of the body. You're feeling this in the hamstrings, probably a little bit more in the shoulders again as well. So make sure you're ready or you're loosening yourself up in your shoulders, in your hamstrings before we go into this posture one more time. Okay. So again, everybody's in a different state of what they are capable of, but only you know if you're doing the posture authentically. 2 people could be side by side doing the same exact posture, but one could be relaxing and the other could be, trying to force themselves to expand. So make sure you're authentic and you're integrated to the posture and your capabilities as of today, as of this morning. So one more time, with our feet extended straight out in front of us. You're going to be using your heels to dig into the ground and as a leverage point to allow the hips to come up. Okay. Hands are on either side of my body, fingers pointing towards the toes. I'm going to keep my elbows straight and locked. Okay. From this position, digging in to the ground with the feet, try and drive the hips up, engage those glutes, lift up the pelvis, open up the chest, let the head tilt back. And if the heels start to slide towards the hands, nothing wrong with that. That's just a bit of leverage being developed, allowing you to actually press your hips up further. So if your heels start to slide towards you, that's great, as long as your knees are still straight. Press your hips up further and further. Let's try and hold here for 10, 9, 8, 7, in Purvattasana, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done, everybody. Relaxing, bring the sitting bones down onto the ground. Great job over there in Canada. Now we're going to lower ourselves. Actually, let's just cut it for here. We're going to come down into Shavasana right away. Nicely done. We're going to jump into Urdhva Konasana at the beginning of tomorrow's session. So everybody lay down onto your back. Let the palms open up towards the ceiling. Everybody on camera did a great job today. Well-earned Shavasana. So take advantage of this posture, this movement, by staying focused, taking deep inhalation through your nose, filling your lungs up as much as you can, and exhaling out of your mouth. And as you exhale, you're unclutching, releasing any and all tension that you're feeling. Surely there's tension within us. So make sure you're spreading out your awareness and relaxing that tension just by the presence of your consciousness. Okay, so take another deep inhalation through your nose. Exhale and sink further and further into that unclutched space. So relax your shoulders. Let them sink down. And then bring that sensation of unclutched awareness from the shoulders down to the chest, the stomach, the hips, the thighs, your shins, all the way down to your feet. Take one final deep inhalation through your nose. And exhale and unclutch as deep as you can. Your entire body lets sink down into the ground. From this space of deep, unclutched awareness, engage Mula Bandha, and whether consciously, metaphysically, pull the Kundalini Shakti up from the base of the spine towards the Sahasrara chakra. Let it flow through the Anya chakra and Shakti Chalan Mudra, and then relax and unclutch and sink deep into the ground. Avoid any micro movements, any scratching, itching, twitching. You want to relax your body as best you can and relax the mind as best you can. Visualize your consciousness leaving the body. See yourself with Swamiji, being liberated, existing beyond the body in Shavasana. We're going to slowly come back into the body. Start by just taking one deep inhalation through the nose, filling up the lungs, and then exhaling out of the mouth. And then start to wiggle your fingertips and your toes, your wrists and your ankles. Then bend your elbows, bend your knees, bring your feet flat onto the ground. Then gently lift up one knee and then the other, wrapping your hands around them. Slowly pulling the knees towards the chest. Then lift up the back of the head off the ground, pull the forehead towards the knees. Give yourself a little bit of a hug here and rock side to side. And then when you're ready, roll over onto your left side if you can. If you don't have that space, roll onto the right. Gently lift yourself up into a comfortable seated position. Keeping your eyes closed, bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Bring Swamiji into your awareness. And from a conscious, deep space of gratitude, and deep thanks to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, for allowing us to experience this authentic yoga practice. We will close this yoga session with the Purna Mantra. Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Tadavam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Paramastu. Om Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether you joined us live on YouTube or here on Zoom with Kailasas all around the globe. Thank you for taking part. And we are going to be jumping into our puja now. So please quickly grab your puja kits, come set up. And again, if you're joining us live on YouTube, come back by 6:20. We'll be beginning our puja. And we hope that you can join us and enjoy this space as well. Thank you, and Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, requesting all the Pada Puja participants to please settle down with your puja kits. Please close your eyes. Come to a space of deep restful awareness. Inhale deeply and exhale. Unclutch from any other thoughts you are having in your inner space. Only bring Swamiji in your inner space. The puja is the time where you personally have an exclusive connection to Swamiji. Any prayer, any boon you want to ask, keep it in your inner space. Be in the space of Soham Asmi, that even when you worship, you are Him. And from that space, let us now begin the declaration for the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically recognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically recognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that Swamiji, Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas, and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically recognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja I'm offering now will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically recognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. In the Sadguru Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take some flowers in your folded hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Dagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalavachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to the lineage of all the enlightened masters. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyama Nithyananda Varyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Kasturi Tilakaha Suranmala Spurida Gopi Navasanaha Pradhano Dustanam Shirasi Paniradam Shishikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tvachmanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right hand and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now wipe your lips from with the base of your right hand thumb from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the water. With your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. The next is Shuklam Bharadram, where we invoke the presence of Mahaganapati. Please take a few flowers and akshata in your right hand. Keep both your hands as fists and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadaram Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now continue to keep the akshata in your right hand. Open your ring finger, little finger and thumb. Inhale through the left nostril by closing your right nostril with your thumb. Hold and close both your nostrils and exhale through the right nostril by removing your thumb while we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Garudyaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevukaya Namaha, Om Nityojatmurtaya Namaha, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Garudyaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevukaya Namaha, Om Nityojatmurtaya Namaha, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushottaraya Namaha, Om Hum Garudyaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevukaya Namaha, Om Nityojatmurtaya Namaha, Om Hum Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make the Sankalpa in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence will manifest your Sankalpa as reality. Please close your eyes and visualize the Sankalpa that you want to manifest for today. Visualize the ultimate in every aspect, in your feeling connection, in your health, in your wealth, in your relationships. Visualize the ultimate that you want to manifest. Now continue to keep the akshata in your left hand and close it with your right hand and keep both your hands on the right thigh. Let us now chant the Sankalpa mantra. ॐ नमोपात समस्त धृतक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे नैरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रथमादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभतिथौ भानुवासुरयुक्तायाम् उत्तरा फल्गुनी नक्षत्र इंद्रयोग वृष्टिकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार अन्यदानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्वत सकल निगमानुसार भूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्ता मेजदृश्यज्ञान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री सिंहकाहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वर्ष विश्राम जीवोत परमत कलम केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महांतकार निवारण ज्ञान मार्ग वीक्षणाधारण छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभं स्थापक शरीर कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनर्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर विशुद्धम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरा अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरा कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ सहस्रंशदुत्तर सन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरा आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समभूत कैलास परंपरा वैवस्वतमनुक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि रणवच्चिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी पंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समभूत कपिल श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समभूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम
क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यैश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम् धर्मकामोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थम् समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम् समस्तमङ्गलार्थम् भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवं प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थम्
श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी
परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवावतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पादपूजां करिष्ये श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये
Om Apaupasprisya. Please wash your hands within the body of water. The next is the Ghantanada. We ring the bell to invoke the presence of all the gods and goddesses and remove the presence of any negative energies. Now please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Avanardham Yadevanam Namaardham Gratadam Rantaradam Garam Yaro Vedata Pavalam Jalanam Rantavedata Yodamaha. The next offering is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. During the Manasa Puja, we pull all our senses inwards and offer the puja to Swamiji, who is seated in our heart center. Please close your eyes, place your hands in the Kurma Mudra, and intensely visualize the worship of Swamiji in your inner space. Om Ridpadmavasanam Dadya Sahasrarachyutam Mridaihi Padyam Charayor Dadya Manasu Alyam Nivedayet Tenamritena Achamaniyam Svaniyam Tena Chasmridam Akashadatvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhadatvam Chittam Pragalvayet Pushpam Drupam Prana Pragalvayet Tejastatvam Chirvipatam Naivedyam Syat Sudam Buddhi Anahatatvarir Ghanta Vagitatvam Jachamaram Sahasraram Bhave Chatram Sabdadatvam Jagitatam Vrityamindriya Dharmani Chanchalyam Manasastata Sumedharam Padmapadam Pushpam Nana Vidam Tatha Amayadir Bhava Pushpaihi Arjayed Bhavagocharam Amayam Manahankaram Aradam Mamadam Tatha Amoham Madam Bhamcha Advesha Akshorvakodha Amasaryam Maloham Cha Dashapushpam Vidurvada Ahimsa Param Pushpam Pushpamindriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Chama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Javanjavam Ilivanchalashay Bhava Pushpaihi Sampurjaye Bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the offering of Asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Sarvayami Padeshanam Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Vim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Level. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatva Sarvabhaitritva Bhavo Bhartikara Shivokto Mahatantra Mantavidvis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitara Datalaya Vai
अमेयत्वामनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वा च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशाय स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो हरे मे समलं जन्म जीवनं सफलं क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ क्लीं कर्मदेवी स्वरूपा भगवन्श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते.
The next offering is Padhyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the master. Now please take the knee in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padhyam. Om.
यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशाय पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पये ॐ क्लीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Agya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the traditional bouquet, the conch in your hands, and offer the Argya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Argya. Om.
क्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्लपत्रं दधामरं स्वर्ण शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर ॐ क्लीं एषोऽर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now please take another knee of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam. Om.
मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ क्लीं इदम् आत्मनियोजकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhubarka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhubarkaha. Om.
सर्वकल्पशनाशाय मधुपर्कं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ क्लीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhatailam. Om.
स्नेहेन लोकानां सर्वलोके विशुद्धत्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम् ॐ क्लीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Naviyam, the offering of the sacred bath. Now please take the Uddharani in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam. Om. Idam hidalatvari satyam susamanoharam naratam te maya satyam pratishkara Om idam pariyogatam सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. Now please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram. Om. माया चित्रवदा चन्न निजगुह्योर्देजसे निरामरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वमेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam Swabhavasundaraangaya Nanasatyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood powder. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha Om Shariram Tena Janami Cheshtam Naiva Cha Naiva Cha Mayani Vedita Gandham Natitya Vidyatam Om Hrim Esha Gandham Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take the fragrant flowers, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nara Ananda Sauravam Pushpam Drikyadam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Bhushate. The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amrutam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshvara Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilvapatrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Bhushate. The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulsi Patram Om Namaste Namarupaye Namalamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulsi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupa The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the sacred lamp. Now please take the little lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprabhato Mahadeepaha Sarvatatriyaha Bhagyam Dilkarajyote Deepo Pratishtara Om The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take the offering of food in your hands and please take an udani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for washing the hands and the mouth. Now please take an udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam. Om Samastadevesha Sarvadiptigaram Adananda Sambodham Jalamuttaram Om Idam Panatodakam Sarvadevi Sarvaya Nithyananda. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water to wash the hands and the mouth. Now please take an udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam. Om Uchishtamabhya Sucheva Yasya Smarnamatrataha Turdhinamo Idasmaite Punarachamaniyam. Om Idam Punarachamaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of the lit arati. Now please take the lit arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam. Aratrikam samarpayami Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sharanamalephyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjali Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Deva Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandala Vyatam Yena Sarasaram Sarvatam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanadivyandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya
चक्षुरं मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकल्पवन्तविराहिणे आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मन्नादश्रीजगन्नाथो मन्गुरो श्रीजगद्गुरो ममान्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरोऽग्रदेहि मूर्तिभेदविभागिः व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् अतीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
The next is the offering of the Paramashiva Puja. Let us begin with the Tattvachana. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udani of water into your right hand and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch our both upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. Please wash your hands. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear and left ear. Please wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. The next is Sakali Karanam. Please close your eyes. During the Sakali Karanam, we invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body. Visualize yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hastra Yanamaha. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize that they are being drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Mamadeva Bhukhya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Hem Dat Purushavattraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hum Ishana Murdaya Namaha. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers to the center of your palms. Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha. Touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Hem Kavachaya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Hem Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Now bring your right hand thumb and ring finger join together. Touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with your thumbs and little finger join together. Touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger join together. Touch the navel center. Om Him Mahadeva Mukhyaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and middle finger join together. Touch your heart center. Om Hum Agor Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and index finger join together. Touch above your upper lip. Om Hem Dat Purushavattraya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hum Ishana Murdaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger join together. Touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers, touch all your three eyes. Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger join together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb join together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger join together, touch the top of your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With your right hand thumb and middle finger join together, touch your back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Voshate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest. Keep both your index fingers in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around your head, bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and your left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastra Gavate. Now strike your right hand index finger and middle finger onto your left palm thrice. Om Hastra Gavate. Now using your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself, starting from the east in all 8 directions, down and up. Om Hastra Gavate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Voshate. The next is the Samanya Vyastapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the akshata, flowers, and sandalwood powder and mix it to the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palms and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram. Om Hastra Gapate. Now keep your right hand in Amaguntana Mudra and rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram clockwise. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Voshate. The next is the Avahana. Offer a flower with Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please close your eyes. Request Bhagavan Paramashiva to be present in your Atmalinga. Visualize the form. Meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva while we chant the Dhyana Shloka. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Kalikaupi Navasanaha Ladhano Dustaram Shirasi Bhamirajam Jitikalam Navibas Sarvesham Regiri Yogi Vegate Indhuni Vavancha Mukastadashayuktam Shulam Prakatam Kapasi Vajrama Vahimsya Pashana Dadan Kushavanichara Navami Shveta Kamalasana Salashila Swarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Nityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Now turn your palms facing downwards. Sthana. Now bring your hands into fists parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishtala Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humbhad Idi Kalakandhi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb in your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Idi Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Idi Avakundhana Mudram Jap Pradarshya. The next is Upachara Puja. The first is the asana, the offering of seed to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Padyan, Achamanam and Argyam. Now please take an udrini of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Please take an udrini of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Please take an udrini of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Argya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Bhadya Chamanargyam Gatva. The next is Snaniyam, the sacred bath. Now please take an udrini of water and offer the sacred bath to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrini of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Dhananantramachmaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the cloth to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastre Yajna Bhavita Uttari Abharanatam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shiv, and please offer the kumkum on top of the sandalwood paste at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. Gandasyobari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take the flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha Om Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Jarvaya Devaya Namaha Om Jarvasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha Om Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ajvade Devaya Namaha Om Ajvade Devasya Patni Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Om Rudrasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha Om Ugrasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha Om Bhimasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Hade Devaya Namaha Om Hato Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next offering is Bilvatram, the offering of the Bilvali. Now please take the Bilvali in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Bilbavatam samarpayami. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the incense for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Let us first worship the bell. Please sprinkle some water on the bell. Om Hastra Namaha. Now please sprinkle some water on the Dhupa stand. Om Hastra Gapate. Please offer a flower on the Dhupa stand. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Om Yura Siddho Nagrivam Tande Badaya Om Yuraditam Yuru Panagaya Devanam Svastika Nantapika Vandusha Nandamhitamande Abu Samamakate Bhagavan Makavasa Kesatva Kema Vunda Vandika Vasa Yudham Om Ham Om Shiva Namaha Kesyamunde Shri Varamashekati Saneta Kesyamunde Shri Varamashivaya Namaha Now please take a drink of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please sprinkle some water. Om Hastra Gapate. Now please offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Buddhi Yasjata Veda Rakhamere Dhamma Adhoda Chana Chana Hajira Savisha Namo Hidam Chivikata Lodama Sampuru Bhagavate Avituvasna Avishya Bhavaya Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivati Sameta Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha Nikamdarishayami. Now please take a drink of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it in the Atmana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Skadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastra Gapate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take a drink of water and hover it over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Naivedyam Om Madhvatarita Yadena Duksharam Vishindavaha Madhyena Sankoshadihi Padanattamukoshadi Madhumatpati Bhungajaha Padukyevarattunarpita Padumanovarattirmanunagam Maktigoryaha Madekamo Madhuma Bhumadhu Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivati Sameta Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take a drink of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Nivedyanantaramachaniyam samarpayami. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of betel leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivati Sameta Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha Tambulam samarpayami. The next is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastra Gapate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Somova Ekasya Rajyamadhukti Rajasam Rajyo Vato Me Nedute Devaswametani Havigam Divavanti Vedavanto Vai Devanam Savaha Devasmai Savam Priyachanti Tainam Purasvante Rajyaya Devasuraja Bhavati Akadrusuryo Bhaktasankara Uttiro Bhakti Bhakti Ameno Bhakti 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 कर्पूरगौरं सर्वासारं संसारसारं दिव्येन्द्रहारं उदारवदन्तं हृदयारविन्दे नमो नमामि हैलं नमामि नमो नमामि हैलं नमामि नमो नमामि हैलं नमामि ओम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next offering is the Gayatri Mantra and the Moola Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. We request Bhagavan Paramashiva for forgiveness for any mistake that we offered in the puja. Now please take some flowers, some akshata, and durva grass in your hands. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Him Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands and do the Bhava Mudra. Pour an udani of water into your palms, and at the end of the mantra, let the water flow down to your index finger to the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Yatkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shobhadastasya Bhukshakshapaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yaditi Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tattvachamalam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. With the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder and left shoulder, and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udani of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end the puja with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanastu. Om Nithyanandam. Please bow down to Swamiji and Bhagavan Paramashiva.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. We just had the intense yoga session and puja. As Swami says again and again, bring every Brahmurta when you wake up, the Brahmurta, what you should do is yoga and then puja. This is the Charya Pada, the lifestyle of gods. So when you live this lifestyle, being consistent with this lifestyle, and the yoga itself is to prepare your body to receive that superconscious energy. And puja is where you build the conscious, you build consciously the devotion towards Parameshwar, and so you surrender everything that you have. Then Parameshwar gives you what he has. Alright, so with this, we'll be now entering into the power manifestation, requesting everyone. And let's welcome each one of us who are here with us. Sharma Mahmood, Nithyananda Ma Zhang Li-Ping, Nithyananda, and Jyotkandaya, Nithyananda. So we'll be entering into the power manifestation, manifesting the powers of third eye. So let's get ready. We the Acharyas will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what Parameshwar reveals to you. Let's get ready. We'll be entering into the Sas Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting this science. And the verse goes as Kapalantarmano yasya Ishtanmilitaloshanaha Ramena manasodhaya Lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession. By that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready. With Acharyas have selected a picture for you. Please cover your eyes and let's get ready to enter into this round of power manifestation.
Yes, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our full awareness to our inner space. Let us connect deeply to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Connect deeply to Paramashiva in our inner space. The Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center, just above the navel center. So connecting deeply to the divine. From the powerful cognition, powerful understanding that we are divine beings having a human experience. We are Paramashiva. So let us connect deeply. Let us start chanting Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. From this space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing the image blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you. Now, let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly. You can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, go ahead and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. Understanding that it won't always be a vision. So pay attention to everything that you experience as part of this power manifestation. It could be a vision. It could be just a knowing of a piece of information that shouldn't be there. So you just know that something is true. It could be a sound, a smell, a taste, a feeling, sensation, something, anything that Paramashiva reveals to you in a way that you might understand. So please pay attention to everything that you experience as part of this power manifestation and share what your revelations, what Paramashiva, what Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed in this round of power manifestation. Meanwhile, I'd like to take a moment to welcome participants to this Paramashivoham program. We have Ma Zhang Li Ping, Nithyananda, welcome. We have Ma Nithyananda, welcome. We have Ma Nitya Nirahankara, Ma Yang Yan Hong, Nithyananda, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Yes, so please go ahead and let's share what was revealed to you, what Swamiji revealed to you through the power of third eye. You can start typing anything that was revealed to you, whether it came to you as visuals, it came to you as images, words, or in experience, in any way that was revealed to you. Please go ahead and let's share. Mani Rahankara shares, I saw the outline of a house. It had a black square frame and white light. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Yes, so just giving a few moments more, chance for some more people to share. And then we'll get into the second round of this power manifestation.
Yes, meanwhile, we are joined by Atmajyotikananda, Nithyananda.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us bring back the image that we had displayed for you.
Yes, so it is the interior of the house itself. You can see a big place. You can see the glass windows, even the glass door. You can see the kitchen itself is on the back side. A small table with chairs, and the whole the color itself is mostly white. Of course, we have different colors as well, little light colors. In terms of colors, it is a red, black, white, cream color, red, purple, and there's so many other colors. We just go into details. Green, there are some flowers on the left side, which seems to be, and there are lights and lights glowing inside the house, and even the lights which is coming from the window. And outside the window, there are the trees, mostly dry, and you can see the small plants with the green leaves. There seems to be the carpet on the ground, the couches, the sofas, the small pillows on the sofa. On the left side, there's a huge table. On that, so many other items are kept. You can see the light small flower plant. So, and if you go much more detailed, you'll find so many other things also, because this is a house, so many other details also you'll find. There seems to be a small few paintings on the right side of the wall, close to the door. So yes, this is the image. Ma Nirhankar shares, I saw the outline of a house. Beautiful, beautiful, Ma. I had a black square frame. Well, yes. In the kitchen, there are so many black boxes. You can see, just it's directly visible. And white light. Well, the light itself is just filled with, whether not only the walls, even the light which is glowing, whether it is coming from the light itself or even from the windows, the sunlight is falling, is fully white, ma. So beautifully, you have successfully manifested, ma. Nirankara, beautiful sharing, ma. You are going into much depth of the power manifestation. So again and again, sit with the intention to manifest the powers. So a beautiful sharing, ma. Also requesting everyone to please give your full participation as we move on with the second round of the power manifestation. Come on. And the second round, let's take ourselves, please, all of us, close our eyes. And let's enter into the second round of power manifestation. Yes, everyone. Ma Nirahankara, Ma Narsanapriya, Atmajyotikanandaya, Ma Zhang Deeping. Everyone, let's get ready. You can sit with your eyes closed. Please cover your eyes. You can cover your eyes with a blindfold, or if you don't have a blindfold, you can cover with a piece of cloth. In a moment, we'll be projecting an image on your screen. So please keep your eyes closed. And just remember Swamiji in your inner space. Understand, the moment you remember Swamiji, you invoke his presence because he is very much alive. Just sit and connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is now being projected on its screen. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes. Let the light fall on your two eyes. Yes, you can remove your eye bands. And let's start sharing what Swamiji revealed to you. Requesting everyone, please go ahead and let's remove your eyebands. Yes. All right. So let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you. Even all the participants on YouTube, those who are following us, watching us on YouTube, we can also start sharing your revelations of the third eye. Understand, especially for the new, those who are new to the power manifestation or even to the Paramashivoham, without any hesitation, whatever was revealed to you, whether it was something black, nothing was revealed to you, whether something you saw as visuals, some object, even many things are blurred, some object popped out, you can share that as well. Some words appear to you. You didn't find any logical connection. Do not bother, keep on sharing. Because third eye reveals much more than what our logic can understand. So please go ahead and let's share.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready. Let us review the image that we had displayed for you. So let's enter into the verification stage itself. And yes, as you can see, it is a beautiful image. We have some sort of a harbor. So we can see some big ships, big boats in the background with lots of lights around. We can see some yachts in the front, some smaller yachts in the front. We can see big mountains covered with snow. So we can see 3 mountain peaks right in the background. We see snow everywhere. We see some, just on the left-hand side, what looks like some vegetation, perhaps some pine trees. We can see the water. We can see the reflection of the light in the water. We can just make out the sun is shining on the left-hand side of the peaks, of the mountain peaks. But it seems it's probably going down, so probably sunsets or something similar, or perhaps if it's somewhere close to the North Pole, it might be one of those times when for 6 months of the year it's very low lighting. So yes, this is the image that we have with lots of lights. We can just make out some sort of a town in the background as well, at the back, just at the bottom of the mountains. So yes, this is the image that we had for you. So if you had anything in relation to water, mountains, snow, boats, anything like that, lights, small town, then congratulate yourself for manifesting this power. Now let us move forward with the next. Yes, we have a sharing from Nithyananda, an image of Goddess Devi featuring golden chrysanthemum petals, green, earth yellow, white and black large circles, mountains. So yes, Ma, we definitely have the mountains and lots of white. We can see lots of white on the peaks of the mountains, and just on the way, all the way down, we have that. So let's show this once again. So yes, we have all these. We have the mountains. We have the snow-capped mountains. A lot of white. We have some green, all the dark green in the vegetation, what looks like pine trees, earthy yellow. So we have a lot of yellow in the lights. So all the lights around look very much yellow. White, black circles and mountains. So yes, Ma. So congratulations for manifesting.
Yes. Beautiful sharing, Ma. And once again, thank you once again for manifesting the powers of third eye. And with this, we'll be now entering into the next revelation by Swamiji. Actually, the first revelation for today. which is going to be, actually today is a very interesting topic, is going to be Ardhanarishwara. Swamiji will be giving darshan as Ardhanarishwara, to awaken the sacred feminine within us. And Swamiji shares that only when the sacred feminine is awakened in you, you can get enlightened. For it is Devi who holds the key to enlightenment. And Swamiji himself chose the Sakta tradition out of even after exposure of so many traditions. So in this, Swamiji himself will be revealing to awaken the divine consciousness. Understand, Swamiji says that the greatest gift from the Vedic tradition is the mother worship, the divine feminine consciousness itself. Actually, Swamiji goes further and says that even the whole tradition, Hindu traditions are wiped away. Only this 700 verses of Devi Mahatmya, the whole Hindu tradition can be revived. So let's come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
In metaphysical explanation, you will all understand important idea. Every woman has got the aspect of mother and beloved. Mother and beloved. Women must realize the mother and beloved aspects in herself. It's only the fulfilled women. That is why in the traditions of Hinduism, all gods will be described with two wives. Don't think two persons, no. Two energies of same women. Valli Devasena. Devasena is the mother energy. Valli is the women energy. See, the woman is supposed to be the beloved and mother of a husband. So, the person who has realized both the dimension becomes goddess. She becomes goddess. So, when they describe all these gods having two wives, don't think they are polygamous. No. They are not with two women. No. The two energies, their wives are so great. They have reached such a peak. They have realized both the energies which is inside them. They care for the universe, they care the husband as the beloved and as the mother. If you are missing some one aspect, you are missing something. You are not complete. When a man becomes enlightened, he radiates the feminine and masculine aspects. He integrates both and he becomes both. When a woman becomes enlightened, she integrates the mother and beloved aspects and she radiates both.
Today's subject is Awaken the Sacred Feminine. Understand the whole subject. Awaken the Sacred Feminine. All three are unique words. Only feminine energy can be given the word sacred. Have you ever heard sacred masculine? Only feminine energy can be given the title sacred, because when it is awakened, it does so much in your system, and it has nothing to do with your gender. That's the important thing. The gender, male or being female, nothing to do with it. It is something to do with your inner quality. And next word, awaken. Only the feminine energy, sacred feminine, need to be awakened. You already have too much masculine. The whole world is suffering with too much masculine energy. If at all politics can be handed over to women, so much good would have happened to the human society, human civilization. Unfortunately, see, if it was handed over to women, it would have been completely family-based civilization. So naturally, everybody would have had their basic needs. All the basic needs would have been supplied to the whole world. Only the feminine energy need to be awakened. Only that can be called as sacred. Let me define the sacred feminine. Understand? The extraordinary creativity. Creativity will never be possessive. There are two kinds of civilization. Creativity based civilization, agriculture based. Possession based, money based. Sacred feminine means extraordinary creativity in any field. Why it is associated with the word feminine? Because by nature, without any choice, all women experience that creativity when they carry a child. During their pregnancy, their system, even if they are unconscious about the feminine energy, even if they don't know anything about feminine energy, when they carry a child, their body is made to go through, experience sacred feminine. If you are matured enough, your being also can experience sacred feminine. So the creativity, the sacred feminine part, is an extraordinary energy. In Vedic tradition, we call this as Matrurupena Samstita. That's a beautiful sloka in Chandi. Yadevi Sarvabhuteshu Matrurupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. O Devi, who is residing in all beings, Bhuteshu. Even the beings word is not a complete translation. Whatever exists, Sarvabhuteshu, Matrurupena Samstita, in the form of ultimate creativity, mother, Matrurupena Samstita, who is residing, Namastasyai, Namastasyai, Namastasyai Namo Namaha. I bow down, I bow down, I bow down, I surrender. It's amazing stotra. The Vedic tradition, there are two literature, 700 slokas, which can directly give you to enlightenment, lead you to moksha. One 700 sloka is philosophy, Bhagavad Gita. The other 700 sloka is technique, Chandi, Sabdasati, which can directly lead you to enlightenment just by reciting. Nothing else need to be done. See, Bhagavad Gita is linguistic importance. Understand, try to practice. Chandi is phonetic importance. Just reciting. Nothing else. Just reciting. It can lead you to enlightenment. In Bhagavad Gita, it is more working like a light based. Means if you read, understand cognitive shift and experience enlightenment. Here, with Chandi, it is working on sound, just a very phonetic sound. Chant or listen, enough. Work happens inside you. They call it Saptasati, 700 on Devi, the sacred 700 verses on Devi. That is the ultimate sound vibration. I can tell you, I have read lakhs of mantras, but nothing like Chandi. Nothing like Chandi. When you recite, you can feel inside your body that creativity getting expressed, the sacred feminine getting awakened, and the Devi who resides in you in the form of creativity getting awakened. The whole body will feel the intense energy just by the sound. Sacred feminine, understand, just the uttering of the very word, you are in different plane. Your mood is different. Only one small change. Mary should have had the place of Devi or Mary Magdalene. In these two, any one, Mary Magdalene should have had the place of Radha in Christianity. The whole world would have been different. The whole world would have been different. Either the place of Devi, Parashakti, or the place of Radha was given openly. Of course, there are mystical tradition in Christianity still gives the place of Radha to Mary Magdalene and gives the place of Devi to the Mary, mother of Jesus. Still there are mystical traditions, but not the mainstream. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship as the mainstream tradition. I tell you, even if everything Vedic tradition gave is lost in some tsunami or earthquake, just if this worship of women, worship of mother, the sacred feminine tradition, if that is retained, then the whole thing can be revived, because that is the seed. That is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 subsects, I can say at least, because each master is one sect, one sampradaya, one tradition. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas. I am saying at least. If all sampradayas are lost for some reason, only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, mother worship, is retained, I will tell you, whole thing can be brought back, because the whole thing is centered on this one, mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic civilization. Just this one book, this 700 sloka, all the Hindu Sanskrit literatures, Vedic Sanskrit literatures, if you put together, it will be at least 10 million, at least 10 million slokas. Means crore, I am saying minimum, because Mahabharata itself is 100,000, 1 lakh. Like this, surely we have thousands of books, at least 10 million we have. If all the 10 million lost except this 700, this Chandi, the verses on the sacred feminine energy, I tell you, the whole Hindu tradition can be revived. The whole Vedic tradition will come back. That's hologram of Vedic tradition. Hologram of Vedic tradition. I tell you, there is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Sakta. I myself followed Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all mother based, the Devi based.
यादेवी सर्वभूतेषु माया रूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. Chandi, this is a stotra from Chandi, verse from a Chandi, describing the glory of divine feminine consciousness. Mother worship is unique to Vedic tradition. It is we who gave this great gift of mother worship to the planet Earth. Understand? No other religion dared first, or still many don't dare worship the mother aspect of God, the mother dimension of God. It is we first time started the mother worship, introduced mother worship to the universe. All the sacred things are looked as feminine in Vedic tradition, whether it is sacred rivers or anything sacred is always looked as feminine. Ramakrishna again and again says the key to the Brahman, the enlightenment, is in the hands of Devi. Only if she opens the key, you can experience. He again says, the Kundalini in you, the Kula Kundalini in you is Devi. Only if she awakens in you, you will experience the highest consciousness. It is mother energy, which is responsible for anything you see. For any object to retain its shape, the energy necessary is supplied, handled, maintained by mother energy, Maya. It's Prakriti, responsible for Purusha's expression. I can say anything you perceive belongs to Prakriti. Anything you experience belongs to mother energy. That is why even Padukas are regarded and respected in Vedic tradition as Paduka in Achyar. It's a feminine Devi. Even if your Guru is in the male body, Guru's Padukas are feminine energy. Whether it is a Vishnu Paduka or Shiva Paduka or Guru Paduka, any Paduka, Paduka of any god or your Guru is considered as a Devi. Feminine consciousness. Only mother energy can give liberation. I can say whenever the mother energy is added to you, whether you are in the male body or female body, you experience enlightenment. The pure mother energy, unadulterated by any other thoughts, is enlightenment. The source of creation, the source of sacredness, source of divine is mother energy. Whenever Kundalini awakens in your body, you experience a unique feminine consciousness. Your whole system expresses a unique feminine mood or the feminine feeling, the mother feeling. You give birth to yourself. When you become mother to yourself, when you give birth to yourself, you become the divine mother, cosmic mother, universal mother.
Please understand, first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand? Your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with mother. Mother's contribution in your life, either by doing some things or by not doing some things. Please understand, even if she was not there in your life, the impact of that remains forever. Either she is there or not there, her impact on you remains forever. If she was there, if she is there in a positive way, if she was not there, her absence impacts you forever, I tell you. Mother is too important way to connect what do you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to cosmos. It should inspire. It should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect. Please understand, my childhood was full of spiritual experiences, amazing spiritual masters, great yogis like Raghupati Yogi, Vibhudananda Puri. The personalities of their stature, Ram Surat Kumar, Annamalai Swamigal, Sadhu Om, I can list the personalities, great spiritual personalities, and I was exposed to all the spiritual thought currents and traditions like Vedanta, Saiva Siddhanta, Shaivism, even the thought currents of Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya Vaiseshika, Purvamimamsa, Uttaramimamsa, various yogic sampradayas. But I tell you, I found most easiest, most powerful, most inspiring, most exciting way to connect with life as the form of mother. It's mother worship. I myself chose. After being exposed to so many spiritual masters, experiences, and philosophies, I tell you, if you want tremendous peace and healing in your inner space, choose mother worship. Even with your guru or your Ishtadevata, relate as mother. You will see the kind of a healing in your biomemory. It will lead to extraordinary healing, unimaginable healing, extraordinary completion, unimaginable completion. Blessed are those who had responsible mother till you became 14. Actually, till 14 only you need. Till you become physically matured, you need mother. Blessed are those who had life around their mother till 14. I tell you, till 14, if you had mother living around you, living with you, then you know how to connect with mother. You don't need a separate lesson. Connect with the divine the same way. So much completion will happen to you. So much means really, really so much. People will experience so much motherliness from you in everything, I tell you. When motherliness starts oozing out in you, even the chair on which you sit will become complete. It won't feel the heaviness of you. It will feel you as a blessing. The ground on which you walk will feel blessed by the touch of your feet. The air you breathe will be blessed. People whom you see with your eyes will experience that love and compassion. I tell you, nothing can be compared to receiving the love of motherliness and sharing, radiating the love of motherliness. if you can't radiate, receive and radiate, whoever you may be, you waste your life. You are missing one of the major dimensions of your life. Whether you relate with your Guru or your God, it can be any God, Shiva, Vishnu, Parvati, Durga, Kali, Ganesha, Subramanya, any God. If you can relate with the tremendous motherliness, if you can perceive motherliness from your God and Guru and radiate that motherliness to the people around you, you have succeeded in the game of completion. You will bring so much completion into you and to others. So much completion into you and to others. All religions has two parts. One, the spiritual fruit and religious nut. The religious nut part is always in the masculine power, and it is masculine based. But the spiritual fruit part is always with the feminine worship, Devi worship. All spiritual groups, civilizations, has this mother worship, and that contribution, that mother worship, that very concept, that very truth is from Vedic civilization, Vedic tradition. All the rivers, all the sacred things of the nature, everything is feminine for us. In US, all these cyclones and natural calamities are always being named feminine. In India, we would have done opposite. All the sacred things of the nature, we name it feminine. All the things and energy which creates, we name it in a feminine way. So understand, the mother worship is the great contribution to the spiritual civilization by the Vedic tradition, from the Vedic tradition. My message for Mother's Day is, whatever you mother, you will become that. If you are mothering violence, anger, low self-esteem, you will become that. If you are mothering super-consciousness, highest truths about you, you will become that. So decide on Mother's Day to mother cosmos in you. Start mothering cosmos so that you will become cosmic mother. If you mother the cosmos, you will become mother of the cosmos. The only way to become mother of the cosmos is mother the cosmos. Continuously mother cosmic consciousness inside you by unclutching. Live these great truths by mothering it again and again and again. Mothering cosmos is what I call unclutching. Unclutching from ordinary things so that you can mother cosmos inside. The essence of mother worship is mothering cosmos in you. I myself basically a Shakta, mother worshipper. I myself became enlightened only through the Shakta tradition, the mother worshipping tradition. Because nothing suits your bio-memory more than mother worship, because your whole bio-memory is from mother. When the path is through that mother's form, your bio-memory suddenly falls in tune and the whole progress is very quick, fast. Always the energy expression happens only in mother worship. In all other bhavas, attitudes, it takes a lot of time to experience the energy expression. It's Matrubhava, mother worship, makes the energy experience very quick and strong. You may be in the body of a female or body of a male, but if you start mothering the cosmos inside you, you will become cosmic mother. If you see each form of those 10 different dimensions, it represents one great principle, Kali, the principle of enlightenment. Means, if you see her, she is the embodiment of cosmic causal body from where everything comes out. Dark color and holding knowledge sword in one hand and the severed ego head in another hand, giving Abhaya and Varada. And wearing many severed heads on as a garland. If you continuously destroy your ego with the knowledge sword, it will come up with different heads. All the different heads which are severed, she wears as garland, and the final blow given to the ego, the final head which is destroyed, she holds in the hand. Symbol of enlightenment. When the ego is finally destroyed, cut, from that head, the Sahasrara Amrita, the knowledge nectar, the nectar of bliss overflows. That is what all our disciples, dogs, are drinking. When your ego is cut by the knowledge sword, she gives the boon and protection. Abhaya is protection, Varada is boon. Tara, Chinnamasta, all these are great expressions of different aspects of enlightenment. Mother worshipping tradition is enlightenment based tradition. It is not social laws. Understand? Always the masculine part of the religion is socio-political laws. What you should do, how many times you can marry, how many times you can eat, how many times you can do this. But the feminine part is enlightenment based tradition. All the secrets of enlightenment is kept in the feminine worship traditions. So whatever religion you may belong to, explore the feminine worship tradition part of that religion. You will become enlightened. This is a key I give you. Why do you think I added Anandeshwari in the same Murti? Because actually people ask me, Swamiji, you could have put Devi Murti separately. I said, no. I am afraid later on some of my sannyasis may move her out or cover her with a cloth. That is why I decided both will be in same Murti, inseparable. They should not be able to separate it. Because all the traditions which has become monastic based, the monk based, removed the mother component from the original source. I do not want that to happen to my tradition. That is why I put Devi in the lap itself and took care. Always Shiva is holding with one hand. Because usually the socio-political laws, the masculine part takes over and the feminine part gets destroyed. The spiritual truths. I don't want that to happen to my tradition. Mother worship is the source of enlightenment-based spiritual traditions. So take this as my message. Mother the cosmos, you will become cosmic mother. That is the reason I put Devi on the lap of Shiva, not even separately. Because if the Devi's side is missing, we will become such a dry sannyas sampradaya. It is feminine energy and the Devi aspect which keeps man not becoming terrorist. Otherwise, the extreme fanaticism added with the aggressiveness of the masculine energy does not bother about violence, lands into non-violence. Little bit of feminine touch, the love dimension added, people will not become violent, terrorists. They will be more loving, compassionate, caring, cultured. Feminine energy is enlightenment. Please understand. Awakening the feminine energy inside you is enlightenment. I'll first describe the feminine energy, then woman gender. See, woman has more possibility for feminine energy. Otherwise, feminine energy is not confined only to women. So understand the depth. In each one of us, there is an energy which constantly gives birth, expresses itself. Expression is feminine energy. All the adjustments need to be made for the expression is masculine energy. Please understand. The place needed should be created. Means naturally the old has to be removed. The destruction. All that work is masculine energy's work. But the very expression is feminine energy's work.
you see our deities, they will have two wives, almost all deities. Please don't think it's two women, two aspects of feminine energy. One, the aspect which gives the fulfillment, physical pleasure. The other aspect gives fulfillment emotionally as a mother. One aspect which gives fulfillment physically as a beloved, the other aspect which gives fulfillment emotionally as a mother. The very being, the very basic thing of the human consciousness, it can play both the roles. When you awaken feminine consciousness in you, you will see that you are radiating physical fulfillment and emotional fulfillment, which is enlightenment. Practically, which is enlightenment. I'll describe the Arunachala story. The story of Arunachala. The whole Arunachala story is story of woman, story of feminine energy. The story says that Devi was meditating and inside her being, the feminine energy got awakened. Please understand, not masculine. Feminine energy got awakened. She became Ardhanarishwara. The description exactly it says, in Devi, the feminine energy is awakened and she became Ardhanarishwara. Means half male, half female. You'll be surprised. See, in male, if female energy is awakened and the description says he became half male and half female, perfectly all right. You can understand. But the story says, in Devi, the feminine energy, the feminine Shakti is awakened and she became Ardhanarishwara. Means, when a woman experiences fulfillment, she experiences her beloved aspect and mother aspect completely. By the nature of the muscle memory, women are hardwired for the major three qualities which can lead them to enlightenment quickly, which is a basic necessity for enlightenment: receptivity, passivity, and the ability for experiencing the feeling connection beyond logic. Please understand. Receptivity, passivity, ability to feel connected, feeling connection beyond logic. This three is part of the very biomemory of female body. Women, biomemory of women. Receptivity, the ability to receive the biomemory of the woman's body is not aggressive. It is based on receptivity, receiving, It is not based on violence. It is based on passivity. That is why sannyas or brahmacharya is lot more easy for the beings in women body than in masculine body. Even if you are in masculine body, when you experience the enlightenment, physiological mutation happens in your system. You just go beyond the masculine, feminine identification, an identity. Please understand, I wanted to make it very clear. It is such a subtle subject. Please understand, an enlightened being is neither male nor female or child or transgender. He is beyond all this. Something unique happens in his system. Already, I have done a lot of medical researches and experiments on my body, and I am continuing further more and more researches and experiments. I'll bring it to the world in right time, in a proper context, how an enlightened body is beyond masculine and feminine. Because during the enlightenment experience, the physiological mutation happens. Please understand, during the Satori, first experience, psychological mutation happens. And during enlightenment, physiological mutation happens. Because in masculine body, feminine consciousness gets awakened. It gets awakened so strongly, the physiological mutation happens. Side effects and after effects of the physiological mutation, only I have studied. For last many years I have studied successfully. Now also I am continuing to study. I will present to the world when time comes. I wanted to insist this one important thing. By nature, feminine biomemory, women's muscle memory is for receptivity, passivity, and feeling connection beyond logic. For enlightenment to be transmitted to you, you need to feel connected to something which is little beyond your logic. But masculine biomemory is in constant insecurity and fear. It is justified. Men say, no, we go out and do business and we are cheated, exploited. So we need to develop a shield of protection, security, and we need to think logically. Okay, it is justified. I am not saying your insecure feeling is unjustified. But what to do? Enlightenment happens only when you are able to feel connected. Women, by nature, have the extraordinary capability to feel connected beyond logic. Men should evolve in that direction, should create those higher qualities to achieve and experience and express enlightenment. Receptivity, passivity, feeling connection beyond logic are the basic requirement for you to radiate enlightenment, the complete fulfillment. When you are receptive, passive, just simple nature can give you enlightenment.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based.
Yes. So what a wonderful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the divine feminine consciousness, the mother worship. Understand? As Swamiji revealed, by nature, women have these three qualities: the receptivity, passiveness, and ability to connect beyond the logic. And that's why Swamiji says that brahmacharya is much more easier for the beings in the woman body, and even the enlightenment is much easier for them. And men have to bring those qualities in them. And Devi, it is Devi who holds the key to for enlightenment. So, with so much of Swami revealed how only when Devi or the feminine consciousness is awakened in you, you can get enlightened. Anything that is not feminine is masculine. And Swami say that we are filled with the masculine. We have to bring the feminine qualities in us to awaken the feminine. We'll be entering into the exercise where you'll be looking into your life for the masculine quality and the feminine quality. Understand, this is a very important aspect internalization that we are about to begin. Only when you discard the masculine, awaken the feminine, you can get enlightened.
So, what is feminine and what is masculine? As Swamiji beautifully shared with us, anything which you want physically or mentally and is moving. Simply, if that movement is stopped, you are done. Nothing else is required. See, understand that the feminine, because it is receptive, it does not require anything from the outside. It is only the masculine energy that requires something from the outside. So that's why the masculine energy is always moving, always searching for something. That is why if anything physically or mentally, if you stop that movement, that seeking, that not seeking spiritually, but if you stop the seeking for pleasure, for needing things from the outside, whatever it might be. If that movement is stopped, nothing else is required, because then you have shifted onto the feminine, onto the divine feminine consciousness, that divine energy, which doesn't require anything from the outside. It's not moving. If you just remain in the feminine consciousness, then you are done. You're almost at the enlightenment stage. It is only through this feminine consciousness that you have access to enlightenment. It is through, as Swamiji beautifully put it, the key to enlightenment is in Devi's hands, because it is through the feminine consciousness, the receptivity, the giving aspect of the two Devis. So Swamiji beautifully also told us how each deity has two Devi, two different Devis that are pictured with them. It is not two different women. It is the same feminine. It is two different aspects of the same feminine. It is the receptive, which is the mother aspect, and it is the beloved aspect. So the two. So if you just remain in the feminine consciousness, then enlightenment is there. Enlightenment is there for you. Because understand, it is only the masculine that cannot tolerate others, cannot tolerate anything that is outside.
And feminine is anything which is life. Actually, Swami says feminine is life. Anything which is life is feminine. And life will be passive because it does not need anything from the outside. So if you have that passive quality, even for a few moments, understand that moment, you don't need anything from the outside. That moment you are experiencing that feminine consciousness. Anything that needs something from outside is masculine. And Swami says that most of us are actually filled with the masculine. We'll be entering into the internalization exercise. It's a very important internalization exercise where you'll be looking into your life and to identify the aspects of your life where you have expressed your masculine energy. There will be so many. So let's enter into, then we'll be moving on with the next steps. But first, step one is going to be where you identify the aspects of your life where you have expressed your masculine energy. Means anything that you need, something is from the outside is masculine. So with this, let's have the pen and paper with you and let's take a moment and write down as Swamiji reveals, as Swamiji has revealed on the masculine and the feminine. So let's get ready. Be projecting the slide for you, the exercise for you, so that all of us can enter into this beautiful exercise, a powerful exercise. So let's begin. Now let's move to the second step. Look into your life and identify the aspects of your life where you have expressed your feminine energy. So let's enter into this step.
Yes, let's now move on to the third step. Understanding that anything which is masculine, if we just give it up, we are enlightened. So the moment we turn towards expressing our feminine energy, we are enlightened. So let us now decide to give up what is masculine in us. So decide consciously to give up what is restless, what is aggressive, what is moving, what is masculine in us. And let us decide to become enlightened. Let us continue.
Yes, now you can relax. And now this is time that we move on with the power manifestation. So once again, we'll be manifesting the powers of third eye. So with acharyas, will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what Swamiji reveals to you. So let's get ready to enter into this round of power manifestation. You can sit with your head next spine in a straight line, and please cover your eyes. The best is to cover your eyes with a blindfold. So please cover your eyes with a blindfold. Requesting everyone, please switch on your cameras. Jyotikandaya, Zhang Leaping. Let's get ready. Manatan Priya, Ma Nishchagunya. Let's get ready for the power manifestation. Yes. You can cover your eyes now. And sit totally unclutched. Remember yourself as pure consciousness, because that is the truth. Rest everything is delusion. You are pure consciousness. Shiva, Paramashiva. Untouched by any happenings of the world. Beyond time and space. Paranat Mukti. The moment you remember, there is liberation. Remembrance liberates. Remember again and again that you are Paramashiva. Beyond the thoughts, beyond happenings of any thoughts, any emotions, fears, anger, irritation, agitation. So unclutch from every single thought. If you can unclutch one time, you can go on unclutching every single time. If a thought of fear, worry, anger, irritation, agitation can leave your system once, it can leave your system again and again. Every time that it comes, unclutch. Because these are just the memories that keeps on repeating again and again as a pattern. So let's sit and remember Swamiji in your space, gaze to your third eye, and let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham.
Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. Keep your eyes closed. Image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye hands. You can open your eye and let's take one and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you. Yes, Ma Zhang Diping, Jyotikananda Aya, Ma Nistregunya, Ma Nartana Priya. Share memories. Let's take one and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you. So please go ahead and let's start typing every single detail that was revealed to you. Even all the participants following us, watching us on YouTube, you can also let us know your revelations. Please go ahead and start typing. Yes. Well, we have few comments on the YouTube. Ma Nitya Atma Rupananda says, Nithyanandam. Rajkumar S has joined the membership. Yes, Nithyanandam. And we have first day Nithyanandam. It says Nithyananda Bhagwan. Yes. Make sure that you all of you are joining for the darshan. It will be happening at the usual time, 7 p.m. ET. Understand that yes. So anything that reveals to you, understand, only when you, as the Paramashiva has given the whole lifestyle, Swamiji has given the whole lifestyle to us. The Charya Pada, the Kriya Pada, the Jnana Pada, Yoga Pada, all these lifestyle are way for you to manifest the Paramashivatva through the Jnana Pada, through the knowledge. Charya Pada, living the lifestyle. Then Kriya Pada, rituals are meant for you to live and become the imbibe that Kriya, the word through the worship, through the rituals. Yoga Pada, to unite with the cosmos itself. So all these four are very much important for you to live and radiate the enlightenment. Well, we have Manis Chagunia who shares Swamiji reveals first sun rising orange and yellow and still dark around. So I see some dark water and suddenly shaft of light like when this Ramayana was killed and after darkness came light. I saw Devi, not only eyes, very dedicate face, counter. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for sharing. So let's reveal, let's bring the image back on your screen. Yes, so projected. As you can see, it's a beautiful natural place. Just behind you can see the big mountains. It's Ma says Rakshasa, devil, sorry by mistake. Yes. So when this Rakshasa was killed. So as you can see behind the beautiful tall mountains filled with the trees, and you can just on the left you can see trees with flowers, and on the left also there's a wooden structure, kind of a rest place or a place to just stay, keep yourself there, and made of wood. And just outside, on of course, there's a water body. It looks like a part of the ocean that is visible in this frame, and there's a boat. The boat, which is tied to the shore, and can see the chairs inside, white color, and the ocean, the water itself is shining bright with blue, a little green, white, and there's a pathway on the land itself to move, to go to the boat. So yes, this is, as you can see, the huge tree also on the right, left side, and the roof. So yes, this is the whole image. So first, sun rising orange and yellow. Of course, it's a daytime, a huge sunlight is there. We can see it's a bright sun, and it's still dark around. So we definitely have the dark around on the corner left. We definitely have the shadow. Because of the shadow, there's some dark around. So I see some dark water. So yes, as most of the water, it is shining bright, but behind the mountain, because of the shadow, there is some water which is in dark, and suddenly shaft of light when lights when the Rakshasa was killed, and after darkness comes light. Beautiful, beautiful, ma, for sharing this. Yes, only when our darkness is the whole. Someone says only when our ignorance, our darkness gets eliminated, gets killed, the light Paramasha reveals to us. So beautiful, ma. Beautiful share for sharing. Thank you for manifesting. And with this, we'll be now entering into the next revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, who is the living manifestation of Paramashivoham. Swamiji will be revealing on the power of intuition. Swamiji says that the intuition, when you are in that state, intuition is your lifestyle. It will not be one or two incidents in your life. Intuition will be your lifestyle. And the Swamiji will be revealing on the feminine consciousness, Matra Bhava. How, when you are in the feminine consciousness, Matra Bhava, not only the chair of it is blessed, the very earth that you walk on will be feel blessed. The very clothes that you wear will feel blessed. The people whom with you meet will feel blessed. Everything will be blessed, being in the state of Matra Bhava. And so much, it brings so much of healing to our system. Just that's why Swami says that the yes, Ma gave emoji there. Thank you, Ma. So with this, let's enter into this revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Matra Bhava, the feminine consciousness.
Intuition. Wonderful subject. The modern day, again and again, you ask successful CEOs how they took the major decisions, or the decisions which turned their life, which is the main reason for their success. Again and again, their answers surprises us. Again and again, they say something beyond intellect in them that gave them the energy, or the cut, you can say the guts, to take this decision. Not only with successful CEOs, even with scientists. The other day I had the chance to have a lunch at George Towns, who's a Nobel Prize winner. He did a big research and gave a breakthrough in the field of laser. I asked him, sir, how could you do this? How you are able to do? How it happened to you? He said, beautiful way. I was just sitting in a park in Washington, D.C. Suddenly something happened. Like a revelation.
The conclusion was there in me. Suddenly it was revealed to me. I went down what I experienced. Now I have a big difficulty. I know the conclusion, but I don't know the steps. I was not able to present this to anybody else because I know only the conclusion. I don't know the steps. He says something like revelation happened to me. And not only with Dr. Charles Thomas, even Einstein. Einstein says, whatever new thing has happened to me is just based on intuition, not based on intellect. This is a beautiful saying. I brought that saying for you. One of his quotation. The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. What is the prerequisite? Let me give the prerequisite. You see, after the intuition, you will feel very good about it, very beautiful about it. Inside your body, you will feel as if you had a beautiful rest, bliss, or whatever you call ecstasy, or you will be at ease with yourself. If you are at ease with yourself, bubbling, if you feel like dancing, then you can be sure you had intuition. Or you had only instinct, not intuition. You don't have to think intuition is a gift. You can work for it. It can become part of your life. Yogis have again and again said it is a science. The spontaneity has nothing to do with data which you collect. It is something to do with the way in which you process the data. The same data, same information can be processed in many ways. Intuition is all about how you process and how you come to the conclusion beyond your intellect. We can prepare ourselves, we can tune ourselves to this intuition energy through techniques, through methods which we call meditation. Intuition is something which happens to you beyond your intellect. Suddenly you know for sure that this is the right thing. And you have enough energy also to do it, but you don't know the step. Because it's unconscious, it's always quantum leap. You don't know the step, how you came to the conclusion, but you know for sure this energy is needed whenever you face a situation when there was no precedence and you have very minimum data. With that minimum data, you have to take decision and there was no precedence. In this type of situation, another one, you have a lot of choices. You are not able to decide what you are supposed to do. In these type of situations, the intuition energy can help you. The intuition power can give you the courage or give you the right choice. People ask me how to differentiate something. With intuition, you will feel tremendously energetic. With instinct, you will feel you are drained. Whenever you decide without using intellect and feel drained, be very clear, you are working in instinct level. When you have the intuition, when you experience intuition, not only you get the intellectual clarity, not only you get the answer, you get enough of power to execute it. You don't know. You just have the power. The potential power which is inside your being is just unleashed. You open, and just like that, you start expressing it. You start executing it. This can help to reduce the stress, to decide spontaneously. If you are given appointment to yourself, you can always feel some part of your being wants to express, wants to do something more than what you are doing. But we never give chance
our time to that part, to that portion of our being. We are so much caught up with intellect. We think intellect is ultimate. But again and again, yogis prove something more than intellect is possible. Any discovery or invention, you can see the role of intuition is always there. Whether it is Einstein or Newton also. He has something beyond his intellect. In every one of our garden, apple falls. But none of us are beginning. Newton. Something beyond mind has happened to him. Something more than intellect has happened to him, which can happen in every one of us. It is not that it can happen only to Newton or Einstein. It can happen to every one of us. If we can tune ourselves to that energy. Tuning ourselves to that energy is what I call meditation. 2-3 days is more than enough to tune yourself to this intuition. Now we are using our unconscious energy either in instinct level or in intellect level. It can be tuned and you can use it in the intuition level. You make the decisions, creativity, whatever you call. With a little bit of, I can say, silence in your inner space, you will be able to look beyond your fear and greed. If you can look things beyond your fear and greed, I tell you, you will be more productive. You will achieve what you want to achieve in a much more simple way, in a much more beautiful way, without so much of struggle. Actually, if you take this technical knowledge separately, it will not have any meaning. Creation, maintenance, destruction, people into illusions. These are the 5 activities of Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Ishana, Sadashiva. His throne is made out of these 5 energies. 4 are sitting as 4 pillars, 5 cosmic energies. What exists is feminine. Whatever is masculine in you, whatever is feminine can't be killed. That is life source, source of life. There are many things which is not source of life, is jada, matter, mental attachment, corruption in your consciousness or inner space, anything feminine. If you renounce, you are enlightened, which is masculine. Give up, you are enlightened. You have 2 parts. One is the life which pulsates in you, which is living energy in you, which is shining as a light in your eyes, which is giving you the feeling of that I am. That is what is called consciousness. And there is something else is added, your mind, your body, for the sake of movements, to do what you want. That part which is added is masculine. That is why the masculine part is always aggressive, restless, rajasic. Anything which is restless in you is masculine part. Anything which is passive and alive, please understand, anything which is alive will be passive. Anything which is alive will be passive. It will not interfere. It will not be restless. It will not be moving. Chala means moving. Achala means life. Anything which is life will be passive. Because it does not need anything from outside. Only if you need something, you will be restless. If you need something from outside, you are not feminine. You are not feminine. Please understand. When you purify yourself, that is why I said, women has more possibility for feminine consciousness. Just because you are a woman, don't think
You are already female. You are already experiencing feminine consciousness. No. If you are restless for something of the outer world, you carry masculine energy in you. Carrying a pure passiveness is life. Carrying that pure life is feminine quality. When I utter the word passiveness, you have some idea. Maybe a little bit of mixture of laziness. That is okay. No problem. Feel that passiveness is like a patch. You are carrying it in this area. Carry that passiveness, that feminine mood in this area today whole day. You will understand what I am talking. From now, whatever you visualize as a feminine consciousness, so the moment you listen to the word feminine consciousness or passive life energy, you have some idea. Carry that mood, that idea in your heart today whole day. You can even nothing wrong. You can visualize you are a woman body. Just remove the male body. You can visualize yourself as a Devi. Even if you are carrying woman body, visualize yourself as a Devi. Means pure feminine consciousness. Pure feminine consciousness. Passive life. Understand? Society is male-minded. Restlessness. That is why life is always described as restlessness, especially the Western mind-based society. Life means restlessness. A lot of life is happening here. I don't know how these fellows are saying that New York is a place where life is happening. So much of restlessness. Nobody knows why people are running. But that is the symbol of life. They call it Big Apple, na? Big Apple. Big Apple. Symbol of life. Understand, because of that mental setup, you also imbibe the idea. Life means masculine, restlessness. No. Life means deeply passive and feminine. I can say one of the biggest calamity happened to the human civilization is women are asked to work and make living like men, for which they are not created. Please understand. That's one of the worst calamity. Because the role they need to play, the contribution they need to do, did not happen because they were used to create infrastructure. Manu says very clearly, anywhere women are used to create infrastructure, that place will be ruled by ghosts. Now I think all of you can understand the meaning of that word Manusmriti. Manu is not degrading women. He is giving them the right place, which West does not understand. Which West does not understand. Understand? He says, if women are used to create infrastructure, that country will be ruled by ghosts. Means people who are depressed, people who are demons. That's what is happening. That's what I am seeing. Because women have a better role to play on human consciousness. They are living models and examples of intense passive life energy. They need to remind planet Earth again and again about living enlightenment, the feminine consciousness by their life. But when they are made to create, when they are used to create infrastructure, that priority of awakening the feminine consciousness, radiating feminine consciousness is lost. When that is lost, I can say the model is lost and lifestyle is lost. Again, Manu says very clearly, unless the depression from women is removed, the society cannot evolve. If women, you see, the feminine consciousness, if the restlessness is planted, the goal orientation is planted by the society, naturally she will suffer in depression because her consciousness is not hardwired for that. Feminine consciousness, woman body is not hardwired to create infrastructure for civilization. There is so many files, so much to tell, because I myself basically a Devi worshipper. The first mantra I got initiated into is Devi mantra, and the first experience which I had is feminine consciousness. And I can say the person who gave me sannyas, first I received 2-3 initiations, different things from different people. The first one was from female guru, and my first disciple, Mantra Diksha, female, and first my sannyasini is a woman. If you see the whole thing, if you exist as you are in feminine consciousness. If you want anything and move physically or mentally, you are in masculine consciousness. So that anything which you want physically or mentally and moving, if that movement is stopped, you are done. Nothing else. That's all. If you just remain in the feminine consciousness, you are done. Oh God, I can go on and on and on, express so much about if men are asked to create infrastructure and women are asked to radiate the feminine consciousness, the whole civilization would have been different. All the religions based on sacred feminine energy are peacemaking religions, accepts everybody, everything. All the religions based on masculine are all terrorist religions, cannot tolerate others' existence. See, I am giving you the very clear base definitions. All the mother-based religions, sacred feminine-based religions, not only they will be passive, accepting everything. Anything which cannot tolerate others is masculine. Connect each file which is coming out of me with your questions. I think then I'll be able to tell more things, because now too much is there. If I connect with your questions, you'll be able to relate and these truths can work on you. I think before starting the questions, few minutes, just sit as Devi with a deep, passive life. Sit as Devi. Don't bother whether you are carrying a male body or female body. Just sit as Devi. Pure feminine consciousness, which is beyond male body or female body. Be Devi. See very clearly, your body is not there. In your place, Devi is sitting as you. Just sit as Devi. Just feel you are the center of the universe, the sacred feminine consciousness. Devi herself. I'll answer your question. Swamiji, could you please explain about the science of Chandra Namaskar and how it awakens feminine energy? I can say Chandra Namaskar is the posture, physical movements to awaken feminine consciousness. It really balances. It's a physical level help. But we'll go into the deeper levels. Today I'm really in mood and right subject. What is male, female part of Maya? Maya does not have female part. Because male created the spiritual literatures, they projected Maya as female. Maya does not have female part. Feminine part is life. How do we see female part in Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva without their wives? Actually, the description I gave, the throne, without the female part, they are all Shava, Preta. With Devi sitting, only then they are Brahma. Can we say Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Sagaja Samadhi are expressions of feminine energy? Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Sagaja Samadhi is nothing but the pure feminine consciousness. Devi, please explain working on infrastructure. Means the carrier consciousness is put inside you, you see. In the Vedic civilization, women never have to be carrier oriented. Now you also carry the stress of finding a job, maintaining a career, and making whatever is needed for life, and creating infrastructure. You understand? Foolish way, this is what is taken as equal rights. It is not. Right to be what you are is equal right. Right to be what you are is equal right. Not, and the male chauvinistic society is so cunning, it just started exploiting you. If you do this, you are equal to us. That's where the whole problem is. So the carrier-based mental setup is what I call being used for infrastructure. Feminine energy is creation. Then why not use feminine women for creating infrastructure? Please understand, feminine energy is life, passive life. The passive life creates intelligence for work to happen. But they are made as workers. There's a big difference. So the source of intelligence is not used. People ask me many times, This is especially press. Why don't you go and do social service in every village, Swamiji, instead of sitting and taking classes? These fools don't know. By sitting and taking classes, I am creating thousands of social workers. I am creativity, creation. If I go and do social service in some villages every day, I'll be able to manage 2 villages, 3 villages. But if I am sitting and radiating this energy, I can create thousands of social workers. You understand the difference? Same thing. Originally, in all evolved civilization, the high class, the Brahmin community, evolved civilizations, in those days I am saying, not now, Brahmins, the Chettiars, all those communities, women are the consultants. They held the wealth and financial decisions. They are decision makers. Could you please give us some clarity on feminine qualities that fosters and grows Devi consciousness? Deep, passive life. Even compassion, motherliness, all these things are smell of feminine consciousness, not feminine consciousness itself. Feminine consciousness is a deep, passive life. That's the description I can give. Given the social setup today, what can we do to start awakening feminine energy in women? I'll answer this question elaborately. After the breakfast, I'll attend that. This gives complete light on Sankhya philosophy, Prakriti Purush. Purush putting seed is infrastructure. Yes. Bhagavaji. It's actually one of the biggest philosophical problem I have solved today morning's discussion. If you guys are not earlier educated in the philosophy, you may not understand. Only people who are educated in the philosophy can relate to what I was saying. I think this is the biggest complication in Sankhya system. I have solved it just in half an hour. Chaitanya's Raghanuraga Bhakti. Yes, Raghanuraga Bhakti. Again the same. Raseshwari. Raseshwari plays the role in Chaitanya's tradition. Ashtavakra merging in Radha Krishna. The feminine consciousness. While doing the meditation, I felt my Anahata opening up and merged into Anandagandha. Slowly my Vishuddhi started opening up and then Sahasrara. Eventually it all ended in the Anahata opening up. Again with a fresh and radiant lotus flower in it. Does this make sense? It makes sense. It's working, ma. All right. Wonderful questions. Sadashiva's question. Every question I can connect one file which is getting downloaded in me and it will be useful for you guys. Not only that, for posterity. I have decided all these things will get edited and come out as books. He's asking, Swamiji, would you please talk about Mother Chandi as we are on the feminine topic? Not only I'll talk today evening, we'll have some Chandi. I'll chant Chandi for you guys. Give more light on chakras and feminine consciousness. Actually, Muladhara is masculine, Swadhisthana is feminine, Manipuraga is masculine, Anagata is feminine, and after Anagata, everything is feminine. So I'll talk on all these things. Today I'll chant little Chandi to awaken the feminine consciousness in all of you. Let's gather for next session. Thank you.
Yes, welcome back. So wonderful revelations there from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So once again, we had a look at the power of intuition and the feminine consciousness, Matru Bhava. So today's all about mother worship and awakening the sacred feminine in us. As Swamiji said, it is, even if you are in a female body, it doesn't mean that you have feminine consciousness in you. You are better positioned for enlightenment, but understand that if you if you are restless for something from the outside, that is masculine energy. So you might be in a female body, but if you are restless and you are searching for something from the outside, then you are in masculine energy. So with that in mind, let us now move forward to the internalization exercise. And again, in relation to the mother worship, we are going to look at incompletions with mother. So for this, you will require, first of all, a pen and paper. So requesting everyone to please gather a pen and paper. First of all, if you could all please come on camera. So we have Ma Shaming News, we have Ma Nithyananda Priya, we have Ma Nistrigunya, we have Atma Jyotikananda Aya, and we have Ma Zhang Li Ping. If you could all please come on camera. So switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. And gather a pen and paper. So you're going to do an exercise for which you will require a pen and paper. So in the first instance, we are going to write down all the incompletions that we have with our mother. So all the incompletions that we have with our own mother, whether she is here with us or she has moved on. Write down all the incompletions that you have with your mother. Now, for each incompletion, also write down the incidents that led to the incompletion, to when that incompletion started in you. So all the incidents that led to the incompletion being triggered in you. And then for each of those incidents, each individual incident, we'll be looking at to write down the world and my world. Now, I'll project the slide for you all and understand what is my world, what is the world. So my world is how I interpreted the incident. So as it occurred, how you interpreted the incident as it occurred. And the world, so that is my world, and the world is how it's just the facts regarding that incident. So my world will include everything from your perspective. So how you experience, what you felt, your emotions, your perspective, your incompletions, all of that will be in my world. So your world. The world is no emotions, no perspective, just the pure facts. Just the pure facts of what happened. So requesting everyone, let us first of all, once again, start writing down all the incompletions you have with your mother. For each incompletion, write down all the incidents that triggered that incompletion in you. And for each of these incidents, write down the world, just pure facts. Exactly what happened, just pure facts, no perspectives, no emotions. And my world, this is how you interpreted the situation. So let's get started. Now, let us go to the second step. Sit with Swamiji's Atmamurti in front of you and share all the incidents just like you were talking to your mother. Share what actually happened and how you cognized it. So again, share the world and my world. So share just like you were talking to your mother, all the incidents, and sit with Swamiji's Atmamurti. So with Swamiji's Atmamurti in front of you, share all the incidents just like you were talking to your mother, and share the world and my world. Now let us move on to the third step of this exercise. Now call your mother and complete with her. If your mother is not alive, you can take a mirror, invoke your mother in the mirror and complete with her. But understand, don't get this way out. If your mother is alive, reach out to her, reach out and speak to her. So only if mother is no longer with us, go on, then you can and with her in the mirror. Otherwise, pick up the phone and call your mother and complete with her. All those incidents relate to her just the way you have done so for the second step. That's Yes, you can relax now. If you're still speaking to your mother, if you're still completing with your mother, then continue to do so. And once you have finished completing with the mother, you can come back and join us once again. Understand this is a very important exercise, completing with the mother. The mother is the first relationship that we have. Every other relationship is built on our relationship with the mother. And naturally, every incompletion that we have with the mother will affect every other relationship that we have. So it's a very important exercise to complete with the mother. If you haven't done so yet, please make sure you go through this exercise once again, identifying incompletions you have with your mother, then identify all the incidents that have triggered your incompletions with the mother, and write down the world, which is just a pure facts, and my world, which is how you interpreted, how you felt, how you were emotionally charged in that situation. And then share that with your mother. Call your mother and share how you interpreted these incidents and complete with her. All right, so now that we have that out of the way, let us welcome some new participants that have just recently joined us. We have Ma Paramaswarupini, Nithyananda, good to have you with us. We have Ma Anna Fan, Nithyananda, welcome. We are also joined by Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Nithyananda, welcome. Also joined by Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, Nithyananda, welcome. And Ma Anandeshwari, Nithyananda, welcome. And also Ma Chao Yu Huang, Nithyananda, good to have you with us. So welcome to everyone, and welcome to everyone who has also been here with us for a little while. We are next going to move into the power manifestation. Today's power is the power of third eye vision. So we have a sharing from Ma Paramaswarupini. When I was writing about this, I became very emotional and angry. And then I wrote about the perfection of my own intimate relationship this month. So thank you very much for sharing. Understand that every emotion that you have felt, so even the fact that you have become emotional means that you still have incompletions. So you need to identify what triggered the incidents that triggered those incompletions, the incidents that triggered that emotion in you, and then complete with these emotions, complete with the incidents themselves, relive those incidents until they no longer have a hold on you. So basically,
And the biggest part is just that since you have started reliving, you are going through those experiences. This is a really good news because you have identified certain aspects in you, certain hangovers from the past, which now you are healing already, and it will be healed because of Swamiji's grace and blessings. And the best part, that is one good news. And another good news is that as it heals you, you will see through the power of completion, automatically the completion will reflect on your relationship also, on your mother. So this is a very beautiful process where you can heal your mother also. So
this wonderful way Swamiji looked at it, Swamiji lets us know is that the part of you that is looking at your mother is your mother, and the part of your mother that is looking at you is you, because we are all interrelated, we are all one, we are all Paramashiva. So every little bit of us is in everyone that is that we have a relationship with, and your part of them is in you as well. So it is you looking at you within your mother, and your mother looking at herself within you, in a sense, if that makes sense, Mom. All right. So all the same, relive those incidents and relieve yourself of these emotions, of these incidents that triggered these emotions, and you will heal both yourself and your mother, and you'll see the whole relationship will start to blossom. The whole relationship will start becoming a lot lighter. Yes, ma'am. So you can go ahead and do the completion work, and yeah, everything will be as I mentioned. You will find that there will be healing on both sides, ma'am. So there will be healing on both sides. Even though you're the one doing the completion, you will find the healing will be on both sides. Okay, ma'am. If you have any further questions, do let us know, and do let us know, and we'll only to have to answer. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So now let's move forward with the next segment, which is once again the power manifestation segment. Yes, sorry to glitch. So once again, we are moving into the power manifestation. So requesting everyone, let us get ready. Today's power is the power of third eye vision. So we are all very well versed with the powers of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So requesting everyone to get ready. Let us put on the eye bands and let us get ready for the power manifestation. And requesting everyone, first of all, to please switch on cameras and be available in the camera frame. That is all take part in this power manifestation. Ma Ananda Purarupini, Ma Charyu Pang, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Atma Chatikananda, and Ma Zhang Li Ping, Ma Nitya Natanapriya, Ma Shamin News. Everyone requesting, please switch on the cameras, be available in the camera frame, and let us get ready for this power manifestation, the power of third eye vision. So first of all, we are going to cover our eyes. So whether you have an eye band or just a piece of cloth that can cover your eyes, go ahead and put it on now. So requesting everyone, let us put on the eye bands and get ready. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our awareness to our inner self, our inner space, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. This is our Ananda Gandha. It is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, connect to the divine, to be in the space of oneness with the divine. So let us connect deeply to Paramashivoham, to Swamiji in our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva, understanding that we are Paramashiva. We are independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. So we are both in oneness and one with Paramashiva. Let us feel this space of oneness with Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue to chant the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. Let us begin. The image is not being displayed for you, so let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly. You can remove your eye bands, your eye covers, and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, then take a moment and, while it's still fresh, share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye, what Paramashiva, what Samji revealed to you for this round of power manifestation. Yes, requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. And we have a couple of sharings. The Mahana Farm shares a lot of green forest, sky, tree tops. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yes, and we have more sharing. Parabrahma Surupni has shared. There is a cruise ship on the sea and Ganesha and Black. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. And Mahana also shares canopy. Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma. Yes. Well, let us welcome a couple of new participants that have joined us just now. We have Ma Kian Rong, Nithyananda. Welcome. Good to have you with us. And we also have Ma Nyana Guru Parisavini, Nithyananda. Welcome. Good to have you with us. And we're also joined by Chi Shin Wen, Nithyananda Maya. Welcome. Good to have you with us. So welcome to everyone. Good to have you on this with us on this 19th day of the Paramashivoham program. And today it is all about feminine consciousness. So Swamiji is going to place us in the Bhavasadash of Ardhanarishvara Murti, and today's theme is Awaken the Sacred Feminine. We also have initiations in the Divine Feminine Consciousness. So we have so far gone through an introduction to Divine Feminine Consciousness, power of intuition, and Matra Baba, which is mother worship. So right now we have just gone through an internalization exercise for incompletions with love and now the power manifestation. So just going to wait a little bit longer for just a few moments more. Chance for everyone to share what was revealed to them. Understand that might not always come as a vision. So sometimes it is a vision, sometimes it is a knowing, just a piece of information, knowing that something is true without any reason for that knowledge to actually be there. It can be perhaps a sound, a smell, a taste, in whatever way that it expresses itself. Please be aware, pay attention to everything that is being experienced. Because from the moment that you sit down with the intention to connect to Paramashiva simply connects to you. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's bring back the image that we had displayed. Please let us go to the verification stage. We can share the image that we had displayed for you. In just a moment. All right, so let us now reveal the image once again. We're revealing the image now. So this is the image that we had displayed for you just earlier. As you can see, it's a beautiful beach, nice blue waters. There seems to be some vegetation on the bottom of the shore, but it's mostly nice blue, clean waters. You can see the palm trees. You can see some chairs on which you can lie down to enjoy, to take in the sunlight. Just on the left-hand side, you can see what looks like some sort of a building. So it could be perhaps a nice cafe, part of a hotel or something along those lines. In the sky, you can see some clouds, but there's mostly sun. You can see the sunlight that is falling on the very clean white sand. You can see the waves just crashing up against the shore, and it looks like one person is right next to the ocean. So yes, this is what we had displayed for you. Let us have a look at the sharings. We have Ma'ana Fan that shares a lot of green. We definitely have green Ma, where there's a lot of palm trees on the left-hand side, and even some bushes on the just right in that left-hand corner. Forest, sky, we can definitely see the sky. The sky is the treetops. Yes, very much so, Ma. So spot on, Ma. Congratulations, well done. Congratulations for manifesting this power.
And Ma Parabrahma Surupni has shared a cruise ship on the sea, Ganesha and black. So as such, in this particular frame, we don't see a cruise ship, but that is very much possible for the kind of venue this is. And of course, there's a sea right in front of us. And of course, like she has also mentioned, black. So we see the coral kind of structures on the inside the water, which are very much dark black in color, and Ganesha. So we don't know in this frame exactly how Bhagavan Ganesha is appearing, but as we know, the third eye reveals much more than what our two eyes can see. So thank you for sharing, Ma.
All right. So thank you everyone for sharing, for taking part in this power manifestation. So now we're going to move on to the next segment, which is once again another revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on practicing the presence of God. So understand, God is everywhere. We are Paramashiva, we are God. But we need to recognize that Godhood. We need to recognize that in ourselves. So let us get ready to practice the presence of God. And of course, practicing the presence of God is seeing God in everything and everyone around us. So the more we see everything and everyone around us, the more God is present in and around us. So let us sit comfortably. Let's come to the space of listening, and let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on practicing the presence of God.
आनन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us around the world. इस समय हमारे साथ उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों और भक्तों का मैं प्रेम एवं आशीर्वाद सहित स्वागत करता हूँ. Today I will answer the questions from inner awakening participants to help you all realize the four principles as satyas, tattvas into satyas, into life.
The first question today is from ID number 3, Chellaya, who's asking, Swamiji, I have a feeling I'm connected and not connected to you. Back home, I'm so connected to you. I talk to you through the Gurumurti photograph. Whenever I have pain, I touch the photo and I feel the vibration and the pain is gone. I talk to you freely like I'm talking to a friend. I'm staying alone away from my family, but I live with you. When I go out, I tell you that I'm going out, and when I am back, I again tell you I am back. When I go to sleep, when I get up, everything I talk to you. If I am late, you wake me up. I live with you in my home. I drive my car. I feel you are with me so many times. I have escaped even from an accident because I know you pulled me out of it. But here in the IA program, you are physically so near, and I feel you are so far away, as though some wall is there between you and me. Why is this so, Swamiji? What do I have to do to break this? Please help me to connect to you like how I do back home, even when I'm physically in your presence. Chellaya, ID number 3.
Chellaya, this is a very beautiful question. Right problem to have. See, I always used to tell there are some wrong problems to have and there are some right problems to have. Sometimes people have a problem, I have too many orders, I am not able to supply. Sometimes people have the problem that I don't have any orders, I am just jobless. Which problem is best to have? Having too many orders and not able to supply is a problem to have, good problem to have. See, listen. Now I'm expanding on some of the important truths. I represent your innermost soul, Atma, completion. Understand? I represent your innermost soul, Atma, completion. If you are able to relate with me through my photograph, means you have already done enough of self-completion. You are complete within you. The Swapurnatva is done. But if you have a problem, physically when I am around, not able to feel that strongly connected and close, means still you need to do Purnatva with others. You need to do completion. Understand? In whatever space you are complete, you will be deeply connected to me. How many have this problem? Please raise your hand, whatever is said. Great. You have done a lot of completion with you, but even in the completion, you have not completely completed. If you completely complete it, even with completion with others, you will be complete. Listen what I am saying. I am
your soul. How you relate with me outside will be how you relate with the world outside. How you relate with me inside will be how you relate with you inside. I just reflect the quality of your ability to relate with others and you. How many of you are cognizing it? It's a very intimate question. Chalaya, I can understand you completely. And there are thousands here to sympathize with you and understand you completely. Sometimes you will see a new devotee, a person first time coming to see me. You will see me holding the hand, standing and talking to that person for a long time and inquiring, how are you, how do you feel, as if I know him for a long time. When you see my conversation, my words, you will catch exactly, I know thoroughly about him. He is coming first time, but I will be asking, what happened to that house problem? Got sold? You will see me spending so much time with him. Sometime a long time devotee, 10 years they will be connected to me. What is your name? That's all, especially if she is a woman, she will collapse. Have heart attack, brain attack, liver attack, kidney attack. Whatever organ she has, she will have attack on it. I just represent your level of completion. Chalaya, your state means you have done more swapurnatva but less completion with others. Now you need to concentrate on completing with everyone. If you are having the space of completion with all the relationship around you, you will feel the same nearness which you feel with my photograph with me physically. And I will also be reciprocating in the same way. I will also be reciprocating, reacting to you in the same way. Understand? Every devotee has his own version of me. Atma Nithyananda. With whom they talk, they relate, sometimes talk back for me also. How many of you talk back for me? God, when I am in the body itself. And then literally live with me. It is called Ishta Nishta in tradition. And Leela Dhyana means strongly feeling connected to your own version of your chosen ideal. So you are free to choose your ideal in Hindu tradition. You can choose your guru, whoever you want as your guru. Your Kula Guru can't be changed, but Sadguru can be changed. Means Kula Guru means family guru. All family will have one guru, that community guru. Kula Guru is more for training you when you were a child into the disciplines of what to do and what not to do. Like take bath 3 times a day, do Sandhya Vandana, Gayatri Japa. Small instructions. Sadguru is who gives you enlightenment. From the time immemorial, Vedic tradition gives you the freedom to choose your Sadguru, who gives you enlightenment. You can choose your God. You can choose even your Guru as God, God as Guru. Understand? you can choose your guru, you can choose your God, you can choose your God as guru and guru as God, and you can even choose both separately. Choosing guru as God, we have hundreds of examples. How many have done that? Choosing God as guru, Arunagiri Nadar did. In Tiruvannamalai, there was a great saint, the devotee of Muruga. He chose God, Muruga himself as guru, and Muruga appeared and initiated him, gave him enlightenment. Guruvai, Varuvai, Arulvai, Muruga. He calls Muruga, the Skanda, Subramanya, as guru. You can choose God as guru, guru as God. And you can also choose both independently. Like you can have Shiva as God and Swami as a guru. You can have Nithyanandeshwara as God and Nithyananda as guru. You can have Rama as God, Ramadasa as guru. You have all the options. For that, I can give you hundreds of examples. How many chose God and guru independently? So these are all the examples. Ramakrishna chose God himself as guru. Kali. He chose Kali herself as guru in the beginning. Then Kali herself came as a Bhairavi Brahmani and taught him. Then he chose Kali as God and Totaburi as guru. Hinduism gives you the vast variety. Vast variety. You need to understand living with your chosen ideal is called Ishtanishta, Leela Dhyana. I have seen so many people, ordinary village men in India, living with their chosen ideal and living the highest enlightened life without even knowing the word integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching and all that. Without knowing any of this, words, they are radiating. Enlightenment. I tell you, just this one truth, Ishtanishta and Leela Dhyana, made millions of Indian villages enlightened. Millions of Indian villages practice the presence of God. Understand, what you are doing, unknowingly, you are practicing presence of God. This country, every time I speak about the great civilization, the civilization of Bharat, the Western world kids are taught to live with Barbie dolls or the cartoons they see in the TV. Fortunately, God saved me. I am born in a village of South India. From that age, I was living and practicing the presence of God. See, what I understood about Ganesha at the age of 3 and what I understand about Ganesha now is different. But that understanding at the age of 3 only has led me to this understanding. If I was too busy with the Mickey Mouse, Tom and Jerry at the age of 3, I would have been disillusioned at the age of 13 that Tom and Jerry does not exist. But I would not have reached any higher understanding. Because I started living with Ganesha at the age of 3, even at the age of 35, I have higher understanding about Ganesha, which has led me to the higher and higher planes of existence. Ishta Nishta and Leela Dhyana. Practicing presence of God, living with God. Understand? For every individual who want to achieve enlightenment through the path of devotion, who wants to make their life authentic, this is the best path. Shall I tell you that whether you want it or not, your life will continue to become more and more authentic. Because you know, I am there. I am there. Practicing the presence of the God makes you more and more authentic. That's the beauty of the Hindu tradition. Beauty of the Vedic spiritual tradition. Ishta Nishta makes you do lot of self-completion with you. Actually, because of this Leela Dhyana practice, you become more complete with you. And if you observe deeply, you will find out, if you have incompletion within you, that day you will feel, I am angry with you. I am angry at you. When you have incompletion, you will see the reflection on me. Means, if you feel I am angry at you, all you need to do is do completion with you and completion with others. How many of you feel I am angry at you? So all of you have to do completion with you and completion with others. I am not angry with you. If I am angry with you, then I am incomplete. I am not angry with you because I am complete with me and with others. All you need to do is, you need to complete with you and others. Understand the completion you need to do with you and with others. Is responsible for how you feel connected to me outside and inside. Because you practice the presence of God, Ishta Nishta, Leela Dhyana. See, all these three are three different words, but finally boils down to one. Leela Dhyana means remembering all the acts of Krishna is Krishna Leela Dhyana. What all he did. Remembering all the pastimes of Krishna is Leela Dhyana. Remembering all the Shiva's Leelas and experiencing it as it is happening now is Shiva Leela Dhyana. In my case, you don't need to do Leela Dhyana. Wherever you are, just I'll be possessing you. Simply you'll be remembering only me. Whether you are in kitchen cooking or ironing the clothes, washing the vessels, or in the office sitting and doing the job. How many of you listen? How many of you feel almost 24 hours as an undercurrent, I am there in your memory, in your life? Whatever you may be doing, I'll be there. This is Leela Dhyana. Practicing the presence of God means what Chalaya says exactly. Whenever you go out, telling, Maharaj, Swamiji, I am going out and come back. When you wake up, Swamiji, I am on time. See, I am in integrity. If not, see, Swamiji, I am late, I am completing with you. This is practicing the presence of God. See, you can be doing this practicing presence of God with anybody. You can do with Shiva, Hanuman, Rama, Krishna, Devi, whoever you choose as a chosen ideal. With that, you can do it with the Guru, God. As I said, you have an option. But practicing the presence of the God is so powerful. Please understand, I need to tell you, practicing the presence of God, I myself did in my life. I carried the photograph of Sri Ramakrishna from the age of 13 till the age of 22, practicing his presence continuously. Continuously, whole day. I tell you, practicing the presence of the God is one of the most powerful methods to make you authentic and integrated. Practicing the presence of the God is one of the most powerful and integrated method for becoming enlightened. Listen, I have defined Lila Dhyana. Lila Dhyana means being lost in the pastimes of the Guru or God. With God, one thing is that you may not be directly involved in that whole Leela. So you have to remember and try to practice. With Guru, you are directly part of it. So you don't need to try to remember. He will be remembering you. He will be remembering you. This is called Leela Dhyana. Even if you are afraid he is going to fire you, it's a Leela Dhyana. Then practicing the presence of God is constantly feeling you are with him, he is with you. Practicing the presence of the God is the greatest, most powerful technique to put you in Bhava Samadhi immediately. Ramakrishna did it. Ramana Maharshi practiced it. Even the great agnostic, atheist, enlightened beings like J. Krishnamurti practiced it. If you read the biography of J. Krishnamurti, from the young age, he was trained to practice the presence of the higher power. Other than the dirty mouth U.G. Krishnamurti, fortunately he died. Actually, I sent an email to him when I read his book. He was claiming enlightenment is pain. I sent an email to him that, come on, let's have a public debate in open. Poor fellow died immediately. I told him, there is no arrogant thing that whether you win or I win. If you are able to take me to the level further than where I am, I will become your disciple. If I am able to take you further than where you are, you become my disciple. We will enrich each other. Come on. Fellow died before coming. Other than that dirty mouth U.G. Krishnamurti, no, this fellow fires everyone. And I wanted all these so-called modern gurus to know, I am giving you a warning through national channel. No question of attacking, abusing, any of the tradition and traditional masters, don't think you are Osho. If that fellow was alive, I will tear him to pieces. Every Tom, Dick and Harry, these trekker guru idiots, if you just put a jeans pant and grow a beard and have a backpack and do little yoga, you think you are a big guru and you have guts to attack the Hindu tradition and traditional gurus. I have come. The time is over. Keep your dirty mouth within you, maybe secretly open to only your close disciples, not to public. All the modern day trekker gurus, be very clear. If you are teaching the products of Hinduism, yoga, meditations, Hindu philosophies, and saying all religions are same, I am not going to spare you. If you teach Quran and say all religions are same, Muslim leaders are going to spare you. So be very clear. Owner of the Hinduism has come already. None of you guys will talk in the language of Osho. If you don't have respect for tradition, you live your life and die. We don't care. But no question of attacking. Osho made attacking these traditional gurus as a fashion. Attacking Shankaracharyas, attacking Pramukh Swami Maharaj, attacking Asharam Babuji, attacking all the traditional gurus. He made it as a fashion. Fellow fortunately died before I came, before I started my public life. Otherwise, I would have given him the same taste of his medicine. But only you know, fellow saved himself by dying. All these fellows left and right abuse these practices like presence of God. So because Osho set a trend, all the fellows till these Dadiwala gurus putting a jeans pant and having a backpack, and if you know, just stretch your hands, stretch your leg, blow your nose 3 times. If you know that, immediately you think you are a guru and abusing all the tradition. Flush your Vedas. One fellow has made a comment, one of the so-called guru. Flush yourself first. If you can't tell us, we will do it. Now it is time. All these so-called modern backpack trekker guru fellows, keep away from Hinduism. Don't try to attack Hindu gurus or Hinduism. I wanted to give this as a warning on a national channel. If you know how to talk, we will also know how to talk. Constantly hurting the religious sentiments, hurting the Hindu religious sentiments has become fashion. See, these trekker gurus have naturally little charisma and orating skills. Naturally, the traditional gurus, many of them they have spent all their time in meditating and growing spiritually. They may not have those few of those skills, those drama skills. So these fellows go on attacking them. I have come having both. I can do your drama and that drama, both. And I have come with both the skills is a good news. I am going to be standing at the side of the tradition is a bad news for the trekker gurus. All these backpack trekker gurus, pack your backpacks and get lost into some hill. Don't be with the human civilization. I'm going to suggest to the Acharya Sabha and Akkadas. Anybody who teaches yoga, meditation and the Hindu related material should not say all religions are equal. You can say all religions are unique. Because all religions are equal is a defaming, abusing statement towards Hinduism. How can a religion which tells people to go and kill others and the Hindu tradition which tells you to go and enrich others can be equal, can be same? I was already planning at least some 10, 12. These kind of common agendas should be formed and regulated. Understand, practicing the presence of God leads you to Bhava Samadhi directly. And the third word I uttered is Ishtanishta. You may accept all divine beings. It is not that you will not go to Vishnu temple, you will not go to Devi temple, but if you are connected, if you have chosen Shiva as your ideal, you know he is your ideal. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. A woman in the house, she will serve everybody. She will serve the brother-in-law, sister-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law, husband's elder brother, younger brother, sister's husband, everyone she will serve, give them food, give them water to wash the hands, take care. But she knows her bed is only for her husband. Same way, you may bow down in front of any god or any deity or any guru, but you know you are bowing down only to your guru in this form. Sadguru Swarupaya Nityanandeshwaraya Namaha. Very clear. Sadguru Swarupa Meenakshya Namaha. Sadguru Swarupa Ganeshaya Namaha. Sadguru Swarupa Subramanyaya Namaha means you may bow down in front of any god, any deity. You know you are bowing down only to your chosen ideal, Ishtanishta. Same way, if your chosen ideal is Shiva or Devi or Muruga, even if you bow down to me, you should bow down as me, as the embodiment of that your chosen ideal. For example, if your chosen ideal is Vishnu, even while you bow down to me, if you bow down at all, you should bow down to me only as the embodiment of Vishnu. If your chosen ideal is me, even if you bow down to anybody, you should bow down only them as the embodiment of me. That is Ishtanishta. Understand these three words. Then you will understand this whole space Chellaya is going through. Not only Chellaya, when I address Chellaya, I address all of you who are in that space. Clear? Practicing the presence of God, Leela Dhyana, Ishtanishta. All the three boils down to same space of Bhava Samadhi. Leela Dhyana means constantly remembering
the actions and life of your chosen ideal. Practicing the presence of the God means cognizing His presence is there with you and constantly relating with Him. Keeping Him present in your presence. Keeping Him present in your presence is practicing the presence of God. Ishta means bowing down, revering only your Ishta. Wherever you bow down, even if you bow down to your father or mother, you should know that I bow down to my Ishta who is in your heart. I bow down to Nithyananda who is in your Anandagandha, whether it is awakened or not, he is there in your Anandagandha, whether you experience or not. If you have initiated into Anandagandha, you will also experience. If not, you may not experience, but I can experience. I bow down to Nithyananda who is in your Anandagandha. Solution for this feeling close with the photograph and very distance with me is listen. Because you already practice the presence of God with my photograph, so you are feeling that intimacy. You are feeling the completion. But now you have to complete with everyone. In the outer space also you should be in completion. Then you will feel the same intimacy, same nearness, even outside you. And I will also be responding in the same way. All the ashramites who are with me in the past janma practiced the presence of God and received boon to live around me. But unfortunately they forget, and when they are given that space, they abuse, they miss to continue to practice the presence of God and miss, and the next janma away. Then again after 2 janmas practice the presence of the God and come back. They are doing this, fallen the same rut. If you complete outside also and catch the same closeness you feel inside you with me, outside also, you are complete and you live enlightened life. You enrich yourself and others. So all you need is more completion with others. Next question.
The next question is, what is the significance of doing homas? Especially when I'm sitting in your breathing space the whole day, is there anything else that doing a homa can add more to my inner space and my spiritual growth? Can you please explain?
What is the significance of doing homas? When I am sitting in your breathing space whole day, is there anything else doing a homa can add more to my inner space and growth? First listen. What's the significance of doing homas? Homa is not faith-based action. It is science-based action. First understand. It is not faith-based action. It is a science-based actions, which has been considered as a science because media promoted it. For example, you think if you eat, you will become more energetic. This is considered as science.
Because media promoted it. Why don't you eat McDonald's food every day and see? It is not science-based action, it is a faith-based action. Became science-based action because of media promoting it. All of you are getting it? I can give you millions of examples like this. If you take antibiotics, your cough will disappear. It is not science-based action. I am trying, it's not disappearing. Because media promoted it, it has become almost like a science-based action. Homa, yajna is not faith-based action, it is a science-based action. With integrity, a person who practices integrity, when he utters the word, iha gaccha, iga tishta, that space is filled with the presence of the deity, divine energy is inviting, invoking. Especially all the homas happen in this campus. I am responsible for the divine presence to be there and receive what you offer. Getting it? Better get it. Understand? When you invoke those energies in the fire properly and procedures, divine appears and receives your offering. To your offering, you are experience the space of the divine. Even this is a faith-based action only. If you take strepsils, you will not have cough. No. If you take strepsils, your throat is engaged in something else, so you don't have cough. That's all. All right. Homas, yajnas, yahas, all of them are very powerful science-based actions. Tomorrow, Kalabhairava Homa, you will see the presence. Literally, you will be there, receiving the offerings, responding to you. When you are in that presence, offering, please understand, he will be straight away, literally answering your prayers and giving you the boons. Homas are, if you do the scientific analysis and research, their percentage to ability to cure the disease will be more than allopathy. I challenge. Just the science of doing it with our integrity and authenticity is lost. That is where the problem is. We will revive now. We are reviving now. Especially, I am reviving it with my Gurukul kids. My Gurukul kids are the best integrated, authentic beings on the planet Earth. They are going to be chanting these mantras. Do you know the effect of that in the planet Earth? You will see. You will see. And I commit with you all, I'll create group of my Gurukul kids able to do all these yajnas like a Varuna yajna, and literally 100% I guarantee when they go and perform those yajna in any city, simply it will rain. I'll demonstrate. Please understand, I'll demonstrate and show 100% result for the yajnas like Varuna yajna and Vaidishwaraya homas. You will see. I am training. Especially when they practice this Mallakamban, all these martial arts, even their muscles will be integrated into their integrity. I am training. Already I am successful, but still I am training them with more details, including the how the Yajna Gunta should be created, yantra, everything will be so authentic. When they say, let it rain, it will just shower, only the water which showers from the sky can put the fire off. Nobody else can put it off. And it will shower and put the fire off. Only then the yajna will end. Till then yajna will go on. Only when it showers, they will say, okay. Agni tvam samudrangacha prithvi tvam sitalabhava. Means ending the homa. It is just the power of integrity and authenticity and responsibility. Decision to enrich. I'll prove this as a science to the world. Science to the world. When you are sitting in my breathing space or in the homa, be in the space of pure listening. Deities land in the homa. The presence opens up in the homa as a sound. Understand? Then they become fire. But the vehicle through which they land is a sound. So listen, listen. Be in the space of pure listening. It can transform you. It can transform you. It can just transform you. Homa is science-based action, not faith-based action. With this, होमा आपके विश्वास पर आधारित नहीं है, होमा एक वैज्ञानिक कार्य है। Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures.
So a beautiful and the powerful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as Swamiji was revealing on the practicing the presence of God. Understand, this is one of the best techniques that you can perform or apply in your daily life. Only when you apply this, you will know how you can live with the God and hold, as Swami says, Lila Dhyana. All right, so with this we'll be entering into the intra-narration exercise. Before that, we'd like to welcome each one of us who are here with us. We have Ma Shavimus, and also we are joined by Ma Vivani Nithyananda, Ma Yao Junyo Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda. Also requesting everyone, please, with the cameras off, please switch on your cameras. Ma Parabram Sarupni, Ma Anand Lakshmi, Jyotikananda Aya, Zhang Living, Ma Anandeshwari, Chao Yu Huang, Ma Ananda Gurupni.
Yes, we welcome each and every one of you for this amazing experience of Paramashivoham. Now, let us internalize the truths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us about how we can come out of our incompletions. What really stops us from achieving the ultimate? So let us take a few moments and understand the powerful cognition, the powerful understanding that Swamiji gave us. Now, when we are in that beautiful space of oneness, we manifest what we want in our lives. But what really stops us from achieving that space? What really is preventing us from experiencing that space and manifesting what we truly want, getting what we truly want? If we observe deeply, we'll find out if we have incompletion with you. And that day, you will feel that I am angry with you. That is, Swamiji is giving this as a powerful statement. It looks like Swamiji is actually angry with us. When those days, when we feel that even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is angry, all we need to do is just do completion with ourselves and completion with others. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cannot
have or hold anger. He is never angry as such because he is complete with himself and with others. So let us now try to understand this powerful understanding that Swamiji has given us. He is saying because he is complete with himself and complete with others, there will never be any anger. He is not angry. Even when we feel that there is anger towards us, it is only because we are not complete with ourselves and others. So let us contemplate on this understanding and let us write down all the understandings that we have. So then what does it mean for us? When we are not complete with ourselves and when we are not complete with others, then all the things that we project on ourselves and others, even something that somebody says that looks like they're angry with us, all of these things that looks like they hate us, they're angry, they're upset with us, so many things that we project on others because we are not complete with ourselves and others. So many of these things, so many of these understandings we can arrive at just by this one powerful statement of Swamiji. So let us now contemplate on this understanding and write down the powerful cognitions, at least 25 cognitions that we can arrive at from this understanding, and then make a clear decision to live in completion with ourselves and others. Let us understand that completion begins with that decision to live in completion. Only when we have decided for completion, completion can happen. So let us now enter into this powerful exercise. We'll post the exercise here so we can look and understand what the cognition shared. We'll just share the exact statement, exact powerful words from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism so we can look at it, understand, internalize, think further, internalize deeper, bring it deeper into our cognition, and come out with how it actually changes how we see things throughout the day, whatever is happening, how we are responding because we are not complete with ourselves, because we are not complete with others. So how that changes the whole experience that we have on a daily basis. So let us now enter into this powerful internalization. If anybody has any questions how to go about this, you can always ask in the Zoom chat and the acharyas will be happy to assist you. So let us go ahead.
Now slowly you can relax. Understand any incompletion that you have. Only when you contemplate, understand, cognize the powerful cognition, and decide to live in completion with yourself and the others, then you will be in completion. And now Swamiji will be revealing on intensity. Actually, Swamiji reveals that intensity is much more greater than enlightenment itself. You have to maintain that state. Intensity is equal. Swamiji goes further and says, what is the difference between you and Krishna, you and Mahavira, you and Buddha? There's no difference in lifestyle, only there's a difference in that they are intense. We'll be entering into this revelation by Swamiji. So please come to the space of listening. Let's enter into this revelation.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, intensity never fails. Experience with yourself. The 21st and 22nd Sutra, Patanjali talks about intensity. And in the next Sutra, 23rd Sutra, he talks about surrendering. First, Patanjali talks about yoga. Then he explains about different samadhis, samprajñāta samadhi, the samadhi which happens to you when you are lost in one form. All other things are disappeared except one form. Then second, he teaches about asamprajñāta samadhi. Even that one form is lost. And even that form is not there. Then he speaks about the methods, the qualities which can make you experience that samadhi. asambranyada samadhi. Then Patanjali speaks about, now he is speaking about intensity. I can say the way in which Patanjali has put the sutras, I can understand. He is giving importance to the concept intensity much more than samadhi itself. Please understand. Much more than samadhi itself. He is giving importance to the concept of intensity much more than enlightenment itself. Today I really wanted to share an important secret with you all from my own experience. Not only what I learned from my teachers, from my own experience. Intensity is much more important than enlightenment itself. You may think things are a little crazy. You may think enlightenment is the ultimate thing. How can something else be more important than enlightenment itself? Please understand, enlightenment is not a one incident as we all think. It is not a noun. It is a verb, a continuous, intense happening. When I opened up to enlightenment, whatever I thought was me, the whole thing got completely evaporated. That moment is what I call enlightenment. Please understand, that does not mean the process itself stopped at that point. No. Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate goes on happening every moment in you. So, word enlightenment should be used as enlightening. That's a proper word. It is a continuous process. So, intensity is responsible for this process to be a continuous process. Enlightening, not enlightenment. Intensity, I can say, intensity will become way of life. It is technique for beyond enlightenment. For beyond enlightenment. See, sometimes you may experience Satori state, the first experience of enlightenment, maybe by accident or when you are intensely open to some deity or guru. Nothing. If you are just intensely open to your master, available, suddenly you see you are experiencing Satori, that one glimpse of samadhi. One glimpse of samadhi. But intensity is required to retain it, to live it. Let that fill you. And intensity only makes that Satori into samadhi, into ultimate enlightenment. And that intensity only keeps the whole thing alive. That only continuously makes the big bangs and black holes happening inside your system. See, Big Bang is the ultimate but not final, because every moment that ultimate is happening. Enlightenment is the, you see, this moment suddenly you feel, oh God, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. The next moment, 100 times more explosion is happening inside you. you see, no, this is the ultimate I can experience. And after a few days, again, 1,000 times more intense thing is happening inside you. You say, no, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. I have seen many of our disciples. After every workshop, LVP level 1, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I have seen in my life. And after LVP 2, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. After 3, they will say, no, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. It goes on and on and on. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate means the ultimate thing which you can comprehend. The intensity keeps the ultimate alive inside your system. Keeping the ultimate alive inside your system is what Patanjali calls Kaivalya. Please understand. The very beginning, Patanjali talks about Samadhi, fulfillment. Sama Adi means becoming one with the origin, the root, source. Sama means the source. Adi means, Sama means becoming. Adi means the source. Becoming the source is Samadhi. He starts with Samadhi. The first chapter is called Samadhi Pada. And after describing Samadhi, after teaching Samadhi, Patanjali teaches intensity. Then understand the value Patanjali puts it for intensity. The space Patanjali gives for intensity. The place Patanjali gives for intensity. Intensity keeps the Samadhi alive in your system. Intensity lets that ultimate constantly happening in your system. That when the intensity keeps Samadhi alive in your system, that is what is called Kaivalya. I use the word living enlightenment. Living it. In every step of your life, you experience the utility value of enlightenment. And constantly, you are living it. You are radiating it. You are just sharing it with the whole world. Living enlightenment means you will be just radiating. You will be just overflowing with it. You don't even have to teach if you are living enlightenment. Suddenly you will see your very breathing inspires people. Of course, I use teaching so that more and more people will be introduced. These ideas, these truths can be introduced to more and more people. That is the purpose of using this method of talking, teaching. Otherwise, simple breathing, simple being will inspire millions. I have seen my own predecessor, Raman Maharishi, a great master from my hometown. He never moved out of that small city. The whole city, I can say, only even now, in 15 minutes, you can cross from you can cross the city one end from the other end by bicycle. By bicycle, you can cross the city from one end to the other end in 15 minutes. In his period, 60, 70 years before, surely, hardly it will take 5 to 10 minutes. A small city. He never left that city. He never moved out of that city. Once he entered, he just relaxed. But he inspired and inspiring, continues to inspire millions of seekers around the world. Millions around the world are inspired you'll be surprised. He never moved out of that small place where he was staying. Just he was relaxed. And he did not even wear more than one piece dress. All he had, one piece dress and one small walking stick, one water bowl. We call it kamandalu in Sanskrit. That's all. He lived and he inspired millions of people. He continues to inspire millions of people. Living enlightenment. When you are radiating Jivan Mukti, suddenly, not only you are living the truth, you are just radiating. Everybody is inspired, sharing. Extraordinary expression happens through you. Intensity. Patanjali is a great master. He never uses too many words. He uses minimum number of words to explain any concept. Even for Asamprajnata Samadhi, he uses in only one sutra. He just uses one sutra. Shraddha Virya, Smriti Jnana, Prajna, Itaresham Purvaha. Just one sutra. He finishes the Asamprajnata Samadhi. But for intensity, he is writing 2 sutras. Then understand the importance of intensity in your life. I want you to understand the intensity from all its dimensions. 1. Intensity in spiritual understanding towards enlightenment. Intensity in what you call external world, health, wealth, relationship, whatever you call. 3rd, intensity as a lifestyle. Please understand. Intensity in the internal world, intensity in the external world, intensity as the lifestyle itself. Yesterday I was introducing the concept of intensity with some of the examples from Ramakrishna. The whole Vedic tradition which teaches the science of Jivan Mukti stands on this one concept, intensity. Actually, after many requests from many of my close disciples, I have started writing my autobiography. And I dictated many incidents and told some of my disciples to analyze my own life. I told them, find out what is the quality which is a undercurrent in my life, so that we will name the book based on that quality. What is the quality? I asked some of my senior disciples to analyze, study, contemplate, analyze, because I myself can't look. I lived it. I lived. Only the people who understand from outside can catch the thread, the underlying quality. After a few days of analysis, all of them came to one conclusion. Usually the disciples don't come to one conclusion. It is very difficult for these disciples to come to the same conclusion, because any time there is a discussion, means who shouts loud or whose presence is heavy, who is violent, he wins. That's the way everywhere things goes on. That's the way. That is why the truth can never be achieved by discussion. No. It's very rare. If all of them fall in tune and come to one conclusion, then it can be truth. But as long as there are different opinions and people are not able to convince one another, who is going to win? Only the person who has strong voice. If the idea might is right is going to be the winning idea. And whatever is said and done, that is the way the world is functioning. You may say, no, 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 that is not, that should not. I am not saying it should be or it should not be. All I am saying is it is the way it's happening. I have a story for you. A cowboy strolled out of a saloon, ready to ride out of town, but he saw that someone had painted his horse green from head. The cowboy stormed back into the saloon. Which one of you painted my horse green? He demanded. A huge, mean-looking, strong guy raised out of his seat and said, I did. Immediately the cowboy said, right, just letting you to know the first coat is dry. It is just the power that decides. That is why the Pandits who go on argue without practicing never come upon the truth, never live the truth, never reach the truth. I was surprised. This group of intellectuals can come to a conclusion anonymously. That was very surprising. All of them came to the conclusion that Swamiji, the undercurrent of your whole life is only one concept, intensity. Whatever you did, intense. I can't say whatever I did was right or wrong, whatever I did was yoga or karma or bhakti or jnana. I don't know all that. I lived all various dimensions. But one thing was undercurrent, that was intensity. Intensity was the undercurrent of the whole life. When you are intense, you just recreate your body, recreate your being. People come and ask, Swamiji, is our life predestined, or we have the ability to recreate, we have the freedom? Please understand, these are all the FAQs, frequently asked questions. Wherever I go, these questions will be put. Whether it is predestined or freedom, our freedom. Please be very clear. Even if you think it is predestined, you only destined before by your past decisions. Understand this one science. Here is an object. I have two hands. Now I have a full freedom to pick up that object through this hand or through that hand. But the moment I picked up that object with one hand, now one hand is bound. So my bondage comes because of my free decision. So all your bondages which you are having now, wherever you think your life is predestined, your bondage comes because of your free decisions which you made in the past. For example, you have 2 feet. Now you have the freedom to lift any 1 foot, right or left.
But the moment you lifted one feet, now you are bound. You can't lift the other feet. So, your very free decisions creates the boundary, creates the destiny in which you will be living. So, you have freedom to create your destiny. Whatever you think is your destiny, whatever you think, the bondage which you have, it is your past decisions that made this bondage happen. Now, you have the energy, intelligence to undo or to rearrange or to recreate or to reorganize. Please understand. If you have intensity, this moment, you can shake the whole thing, undo the whole thing, and bring yourself back to that complete freedom. And start creating new destiny. Living in that complete freedom, ability to make your new destiny every moment is what I call living enlightenment. You are free to live your freedom. You have intensity to create or recreate what you think or what you call as your destiny, as your future. This is what I call living enlightenment. Understand? The living enlightenment is a tremendous freedom. It is a capacity of your being, ability of your being. I can say the ability to make yourself available to the present moment. Ability to make yourself available to the present moment. When you are intense, very strong, every moment you will have freedom to undo all the decisions you made, which is responsible for your present bondage, and do new things which will create your new destiny. For example, if you are standing in one leg, if you are intense, you can relax, stand in two legs. Now you will have the freedom to create your new destiny, either lifting the other leg or lifting the same old leg or running or walking. You have the freedom to make decisions about the future. So Patanjali gives intensity as a technique for living enlightenment. Samadhi itself can happen to you in many ways. Very beautifully, Ramakrishna says, even if somebody asks for mukti, I don't think twice, I just give it. But if somebody asks for bhakti, I wait. I wait. Understand? Bhakti means intensity to live enlightenment, intensity to radiate samadhi. That is what Ramakrishna calls it as bhakti. When Patanjali uses the word intensity here, he means intensity to live enlightenment, intensity to constantly remember enlightenment, remember Jivan Mukti itself. Now, I'll enter into the sutra, Patanjali Sutra. Mrudu madhyadi matratvat tatopi viseshaha
Very beautiful sutra. Mrutu madhyadi matratva tatopi viseshaha Let me read out the translation by Swami Vivekananda. The success of yogis differs according as the means they adopt are mild, medium, or intense. This is a translation. The success of the yogis are based on the intensity they adopt. Sometimes people come and ask, Swamiji, how long it takes for enlightenment, 10 years or 12 years? I tell them it's actually based on your intensity. Without intensity, you can go on and on and on and on for years. No, not for years, for ages. That is what we are doing. With intensity, this kshana, this moment. In Sanskrit, kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. This moment, the intensity can happen. If the intensity is there, this moment, the enlightenment can happen. Always it happens at this moment only. Whenever you become enlightened, it will be only in this moment, not yesterday or tomorrow. It will always be in this moment. Patanjali says, Mritumadhyadi Tatvat Tatopi Visesha. The success of yogis differs according as the means they adopt are mild, medium, or intense. This is Vivekananda's translation. And Swami Sachidananda, he says, the time necessary for success depends on whether the practice is mild, medium, or intense. Please understand. The technique itself does not play a major role in enlightenment. It is your intensity that plays a major role. Sorry. The technique itself does not play a major role. You see, it will be very funny. Each master has his own technique, his own method. I can say not only each master, each disciple who understands and practices has his own method. I always see in my class, whenever I teach a meditation, I know only one version of that meditation. When I see 100 people practice that meditation, I learn 100 versions of that meditation. When I teach, I know only one version of that meditation. When I see people practicing, suddenly I learn 100 versions of that meditation. So, Ramakrishna says, Yadomat Tadopat in Bengali. As many faith, so many paths. I tell you, as many people, so many paths. As many people, so many paths. But everything works. That is the funny thing. That is the fun. Please understand. What I am talking is insider secret. Some of the insider secret. Anything you design and people start practicing, it works. How come? Each one has their own technique. Sometimes both of them are completely opposite to each other. I have seen no two masters can agree. If they agree, someone is fake. Because each one has their own experience. That's why I always tell people, each tradition, each religion is unique and sacred, not equal. Please understand, not equal. When we start bringing the idea all religions are equal, we are bringing a lot of complications, difficulties. The moment you try to say equal, somebody will say, no, we are not equal, we are special. So each one, the outside they will say everything is equal. Inside, no, we are special, we know, but for the sake of others, let us be polite by saying equal. No. Be very clear. All traditions are not equal. All religions are not equal. All religions are unique and sacred. It is unique and sacred to the people who are practicing it. So, unique. Each technique is unique. Each master is unique. Each tradition is unique. You see the Vedic tradition, it is group of religions. Each master is independently intelligent enough to create a religion. Each sutra of this Patanjali is independently intelligent enough to lead human beings to enlightenment. So each sutra is capable of creating a religion. It's like sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, why do you have so many techniques, traditions, deities, choice in India, Vedic tradition, in Vedic tradition? I asked them, why do you have so many varieties of cars and transporting vehicles? Why do you have so many varieties? Because there was demand and lot of research and development went in that field. Naturally, when a lot of research and development goes in that field, different variety, different luxury level, different comfort level, different category, different consumers, different customers, different variety of cars are created. I want to let you know an important fact. Till I became enlightened and created the mission, I don't know how you will believe, I never even remembered or had an idea there are varieties in cars. First, when we started our mission, when I started my public life, my first disciple, he asked, Swamiji, I want to get you a car. Tell me which variety you want. He brought a catalog and showed me. I said, car? Just get any car, that's all. He said, no, Swamiji, there are many varieties. It just shocked. See, it's not that I was always living in forest. 22, 23 years, I lived in cities. I traveled in train, many times in different cars, and many ways I lived in cities. But never the attention was paid to that information, to that idea. I don't know how you will understand, but what I am saying is honest truth. First time, after 23 years, something clicked. Oh God, in cars there are varieties. But I know thoroughly about varieties of meditation techniques, because I was doing research and development in different field. I asked that disciple, why do you have so many varieties of cars and things in the outer world? Because in this civilization, the demand for the outer world things was there,
And research and development, the energy, money, people, intelligence put in the field, created different varieties of cars, construction methods, the lifestyle and everything. Whichever field you put a lot of resources doing research and development, you will have variety and comfort. In the East, in the Vedic tradition, our masters put so much of energy and intelligence. Please understand, our cream, intelligent community put its whole energy into inner science research and development. That is why so many different techniques, methods, gods, deities, everything evolved. That's why I always tell people, Vedic tradition is group of religions. It is not just one religion. Group of religions. People ask me, Swamiji, why in the Vedic tradition not much service orientation is there? Please understand, I am not against service, social service. Why it is not there in the Vedic tradition? Because they have something far more deeper to do. They are not created for service. People who don't have anything else to do, like research and development, or don't have anything to contribute, let them serve bread and butter and give some clothes and give some medicines and let them do that work. The Vedic rishis have something far more deeper to contribute than just giving little bread and butter. They were working to create civilizations. That is why they did not give much importance to just giving bread and butter or just giving few medicines, few simple ordinary things. Different techniques, different methods, different deities, different paths. Then what is the point that decides the person's enlightenment? Because in all paths, in all the ways, people achieve enlightenment. What is that it decides? Intensity. That decides the person's enlightenment, the higher experience. With intensity, whatever you do will be meditation. Without intensity, even if you meditate, it will be just a ritual. It will be just ritual. As I was telling, whenever I teach meditation to 100 people, I learn 100 versions of that same meditation. Mrudhimatyadi matratvat tatopi visheshaha. The success depends on the person not on what he is doing, but what he is. But what he is. It depends on the intensity which he carries. Patanjali says, based on the intensity, low, medium and high, the success is achieved. I just want to drill this one point again and again and again, so that you will become intensely intense. You will become intensely intense. Otherwise, we do the same old things. See, intensity means the ability to stand for what you believe and break free from the past method of function, the past attitudes of function, past way of functioning. Please understand. Ability to break from the past way of functioning and live
in a new way, to start in a new way. That is what I call intensity. Otherwise, we go on and on and on in the same way. You can see in your life, even inside your house, you will walk in the same route, sit in the same sofa, go to your bed the same way, and you will lie down the same way, and you will come back and sit in the same chair in the dining table. You will eat and come out to the garage. You will drive in the same way. You will not even be alive, creative. I always tell my brahmacharis, my ashramites, at least do new mistakes. I'll have some entertainment. Even for that, we don't have creativity. You need intensity to do things new. Otherwise, even your mistakes, same old, maybe a difference in quantity, little big or small, but not in the very quality. I have a story for you. A cowboy rode into town and went into the saloon for a few drinks. When he came out again, his horse was gone. He stormed back into the saloon and shouted, "Who stole my horse?" There was no reply. He was getting angry. Right. If no one owns up to stealing my horse, I am going to do what I did in Arizona. Still there was silence. The cowboy was fuming. This is your last chance. If no one owns up to stealing my horse, I am going to do what I did in Arizona. Just then, a lone voice piped up. What did you do in Arizona? The cowboy said quietly, I walked home. You may be doing the same thing and there is no intensity. You will be doing the same thing. You will be doing the same thing. Understand, intensity is not seriousness. Intensity means deep passions and passion. Deep passion and deep passions. Strong will and strong prayer. Strong will is passion. Deep prayer is passions. Please understand. If you understand intensity as just will, passion, sometimes you may become serious. I have seen people become very serious. Seriousness is sickness. All seriousness is sickness. Somehow, the Indian spirituality is suffering with this one constipation. A long face. Yogi means a long face. If you see a yogi or some spiritual guy or claims to be a spiritual guy with a long face, he doesn't need your respect. He needs medicine for constipation. Really. Many times, somehow that seriousness is associated with intensity. No. Intensity is sincerity, but not seriousness. You will be intense and be relaxed. Intensity without passion will raise number of thoughts.
just intensity, passion. Without passions, will raise number of thoughts. It may lead to outer world success, but never inner world success. Just a deep passions, acceptance, without having number of thoughts, may lead to inner world success, the silence, the peace, but not the ultimate enlightenment itself. Please understand. Just passion naturally will raise the number of thoughts. You will be successful in the outer world. The more number of thoughts you have, the more successful in the outer world. If you have just passions, you will deeply accept everything. You may be successful having peace in the inner world, but not the ultimate success, the enlightenment itself, which gives you the fulfillment in the outer world and the inner world. So the enlightenment is totality of passion and patience. Intense number of thoughts with a deep silence. Means your very frequency will be different. Very frequency will be different. People ask me, Swamiji, do enlightened persons have thoughts? Please understand, if you have 10 acre as your mind, for example, if your mind is a 10 acre, your inner space is 10 acre, all 10 acre is filled with thoughts. In my inner space, I have 10 million acres and some 100 acres are filled with thoughts. Negligible, but much more than you. Please understand. For the inner space I have, it is negligible. That is why we call no mind. But if you see the number of thought, the actual factual space, it is much more than you. It is much more than you. But because it is compared to the empty vast inner space, the space in which thoughts are there are very less. That is why we call it no mind. 10 million acre, just only 10 acre is used for agriculture. Will you even remember? No. Negligible. That is why I have a mind which you don't understand by the word mind. So what you understand as mind, I don't have. That is not there. But it does not mean there are no thoughts. There is no process. The process is 100 times more intense than you, but the background and the canvas on which the process is happening, the space in which the process itself is happening, is so vast, the process is negligible. The process is negligible. So please understand, in the intensity, you do not have just passion. You have passions also. You became complete. You became fulfilled. You just radiate the truth. Intensity is a strong feeling that I should achieve, and strong prayer that I should achieve. It's like you put your whole being, you put the whole effort, and you know the ultimate is supporting you. It's like you will have a deep will, strong will, and deep prayer. Even if anyone is missing, it can't be called as intensity. Strong will and deep prayer. Understand? If you understand the divine is supporting you, the effort you put, even if it is little, suddenly you see the success happens. Just by remembrance, the divine is supporting you.
You don't even have to bother whether it is factual or not. You don't have to measure. Am I supported? How many hours it stood with me? What has happened? There is a story. One guy asked a boon from God. God, you should always be with me. God said, all right, I'll always be with you. So whenever this guy walks, he will see one more set of footprints behind him. Means God is walking. Whenever he is in joy, he will see two sets of footprints, he and God. Whenever he is in suffering, he will see only one set of footprints. So he called the God again. What is this? Whenever I am in joy, you are following me. When I am in suffering, there is only one set of footprint. You are not following me. God laughs and says, fool, when you are in joy, you are walking, I am following you. When you are in suffering, I am carrying you. So the footprint which you see is mine, not yours. So be very clear. When you are intense, when you just remember, he is there supporting, even simple effort, suddenly you see it will become reality, success. It will become success. So even a simple thought that he is there, please understand. First, Patanjali talks about samadhi states. Then he talks about intensity. The next sutra he talks about is surrender. Means strong will and strong prayer. Even the idea you are supported, suddenly you will see you are successful. You are successful. The next sutra is Ishvara Pranidhananiva. Just by surrendering, people can become enlightened. Just by remembering, you are supported, you achieve. I have a story for you. A man drove his car into a ditch on a quiet country lane. Fortunately, a farmer passed by with a horse. This guy asked, could your horse pull my car out of the ditch? Driver asked. Farmer said, but he is a big strong horse. We will see what he can do. He will be able to do it, I think. Anyhow, the farmer hitched the body up to the car and said, pull Blackie, pull. Buddy, the horse did not move an inch. Then farmer said, pull Samson, pull. Buddy did not move an inch. Then the farmer said, pull Troy, pull. Buddy did not move an inch. Then the farmer said, pull, Buddy, pull. And Buddy, the horse, effortlessly pulled the car out of the ditch. The driver was grateful but mystified. He asked the farmer, tell me, why did you keep calling your horse by the wrong names? Like Blackie, Samson, Troy. The farmer said, well, you see, my buddy is blind. And if he thought he was the only one pulling, he will never move. We are all blind. If we think we are the only one pulling, we will never even try. We will not even try. We will not even move. So be very clear. Intensity means simply happen. Things will simply happen. That is why Patanjali, just with intensity, he puts the next sutra, Ishvara Pranidhananiva. By surrender, the ultimate is achieved. Let me tell you my own experience, how I had enlightenment. Even Buddha, when he was just intense, when he was just filled with passion,
not with patience. He tried, nothing happened. Suddenly at one moment, he relaxed. The passions joined the passion and he became enlightened. When he understood he is not alone pulling, he relaxed and he just tried. If you think you are alone, you would not even try. Or the idea it is difficult will not let you move. Let you use your muscles to its peak potential. Will not let you experiment or experience your peak. Let me tell you my own experience. Yesterday I was telling about an incident. I went to Master Annamalai Swamigal and I cut my thigh. You heard that incident. After that, I started playing with what he taught me. From where the idea I raising. He told me from where the pain is coming, just look inside. After the pain disappeared, he said, from where the idea, the person who experiences pain, raises, just look inside. I was looking very deeply and intensely. Maybe I can say 2 years or 1.5 years. I was playing continuously with the technique, sometimes very seriously, very passionately. In a way, that thought has become my only thought. Continuously just having only that thought. Actually, that passion takes care that all other thoughts disappear except that thought. Now you need patience to relax even from that thought. Understand? Intensity is combination of passion and patience. You have to have intensity, the passion, so that all other thoughts disappear. Now you need to have patience even to unclutch from that thought, that one thought. So almost everything else has disappeared except that one thought from where the thoughts are raising. One day, I was sitting at the foothills of Arunachala. That place is called Pavalakkundru. I have spoken elaborately on this experience in a discourse called Living Enlightenment. It's in YouTube. If you find time, maybe you can spend a little time with that discourse. I have spoken elaborately, step by step, how the experience happened. Today we don't have that much of time, but at least I'll share the essence. When I was sitting, I saw this one thought, that from where thoughts are raising. One funny thing is, because I was constantly working with that thought, from where thoughts are raising, but unable to find the source, that thought has become a strong pain memory for me. The moment I remember to find the seeking, the source, the moment I remember I should start seeking from where thoughts are raising. Because of my past failures, immediately I will be depressed. It will be so much of pain. I will sit, no, I will do every day the same thing, but I will never realize. I will just walk out with a deep failure. Today also the same thing it is going to be. By and by, it became a sort of a pain memory. Strong pain. I can neither drop that habit of seeking from where thoughts are raising, because the intense yearning for enlightenment is there, nor I am able to discover. So what to do? It's like almost married. In Indian village system, still marriage, the divorce is the taboo. You can't divorce. And funny thing, in Sanskrit, we don't have a right word for divorce.
because the concept did not exist. The Vedic marriage, you commit till the fire is there in your stomach, means still you are alive. Anyhow, it's almost like a marriage. You can't escape. You can't escape. It is there. And you can neither swallow nor spit it out. And neither I am able to stop seeking nor feeling joy to do that. It became pain. Actually, at some part of your life, your own spiritual practice will become pain. Even the thought will become pain. Because you think, oh, even if I do, many times I tried, nothing works out, but I am not able to stop also. What to do? What to do? Just you have to do. It became a passion, but the passions was not there. It became kind of a strong pain memory. So I was sitting at the foothills of Arunachala. It was a full moon day, Vaikasi month, at exactly 1 month from tomorrow. Tomorrow is Purnima. Tomorrow is Chitra Purnima and Vaikasi Purnima, the next month, Purnima. Evening, it was a beautiful time. I enjoy nature always, even now. Hill, water body, means ocean or river. It's my favorite place. If I know in that city, ocean is there, at least once a day, I'll spend a little time with ocean or with hills. It's my life. It's my passion. So I was just sitting with open eyes. Sun was setting, moon was rising. I was not even meditating. Usually I'll have only two thoughts. One, the thought, who am I should find out. The other, the thought, even if I seek, I am not going to achieve. That pain. Only these two thoughts will be jumping. Binary code like a 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Only these two will be there. And both are the same source. Suddenly, I don't know how it happened. Both the thoughts, the passion lost its power over me because of the deep passions I experienced, a deep relaxation I experienced in that evening moon. When the moon was rising, the deep passions I experienced, the deep passive feeling I experienced, the relaxed feeling I experienced, the settled feeling I experienced. It's like in Indian villages I have seen, they will use a big bamboo stick to burn dead bodies. After they burn everything is burnt, they will throw that stick also into the same fire. Same way, I used this one thought, who am I, to seek the source of the thought, to burn all other thoughts. Now, this thought needs to be burnt. This stick is there in my hand, giving me suffering and pain. Not getting down, not coming down. There's a beautiful story of Brahma Kapal. Shiva removed the head of Brahma, one head, because Brahma was very egoistic. He was very egoistic. He removed one head of Brahma. It's a very mythological, beautiful description. In our tradition, we say Brahma is able to see in all four directions and up. Fifth head, he had four heads, four directions, and one head towards up, the above. It means he had the ability to see all 360 degrees, this side and this side. Means a pure consciousness. But for some reason, when he became egoistic, the ability to see this side 360 degree lost, means he lost enlightenment.
That is what is meant by the word. Shiva removed the one head. But a funny story, very nice story, very deep meaning. The story says that head got caught in Shiva's hand. Shiva's hand. And whatever is put in that head, that kapal, that eats it away. So nothing was left for Shiva. Same way, see that head, everything that head eats, nothing was left for Shiva. That kapal has become a big torture for Shiva. Same way, all the other thoughts are burnt, eaten by this one thought. But this one thought is not leaving me. It became a big torture. But somehow, when that patience, I can say in a way I got completely fed up with this whole thing. Seeking and unable to find with this whole thing. So I just sat in that moonlight, moon rising. For a few seconds, my being forgot to seek, forgot to create the thought, the passion of seeking. It just entered the space of passions. Suddenly, at that moment, clicked. Something clicked. Because of my passion, already I raised my frequency to a different level. Now my passions, my relaxed being, just I relaxed into that frequency. Something clicked. Suddenly something broke, opened into my being. How I feel, how all of you feel alive inside your skin. The same strong feeling that I am alive, I started experiencing even outside my skin with the whole thing, with just whole thing. The tree, plant, hill, stones, the earth and the sky, with everything. Suddenly I started feeling I am alive, I am vibrant, I am living it. As long as that passion and patience was there inside me, the intensity, that experience stayed. But after 2.5 days, the passion took over the patience. The passion to hold on to that experience took over the patience to relax into that experience. Please understand. Whenever you want to hold your bliss, you will miss it. Bliss means what? Choicelessness is bliss. When you choose bliss, you have chosen suffering. If your hands are open under water, river will be flowing. You will be holding the river. The moment you hold the river, you try to hold it, what happens? You have only empty hands. You are with open hands, breeze is blowing. The moment you hold, you have only empty hands. So, the moment you choose bliss, you choose suffering. Choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment my passion took over the passions, it disappeared. It just disappeared. Again, it took more than 10 years for me completely tune, polish my being and relax with a deep passion and passions. When that experience happened again, never left, it just stayed. It just stayed and started radiating through this body. Please understand, passion
with patience is what I call intensity. Intense, I can say, intensity is required to start your spiritual practice. Without intensity, I have seen many people. They buy all products. You just see an ad in the TV, some 90-day program to build your muscles, to build your body. You see after, before, after photograph. And you order everything. But there is no intensity. You even express delivery it. Because you don't want to wait for 10 days. You know in 10 days it disappears. You express delivery it. But by the time it arrives, intensity is not there. And it's lying down. After few days or few months, when you do garage sale, the same thing without even being opened will be sold for 1/10 of the price. You would have bought for $50 and you will sell it for $5. You need intensity to start any practice. You need intensity to continue any practice. You need intensity to achieve satori. Please understand, in my life, I needed intensity to start my practice. I needed intensity to continue my practice. I needed intensity to achieve satori, first experience. I needed intensity to make that first experience eternally staying with me, and means enlightenment. And I needed intensity for enlightenment, and I needed intensity to live enlightenment after enlightenment. Understand? For ultimate fulfillment, you need only 3 things in the life. 1, intensity. 2, intensity. 3, intensity. That's all. Patanjali says, based on the intensity level, success is achieved. You can just drag, and waste your life. Waste your life. Waste your life. Just today, I was sitting with one of my disciples and chatting. The person wanted to tell me something, but could not tell. She was saying, no, I'll think and let you know. I'll think and tell. I said, don't waste time. At least tell now. I'll work it out. Either I'll answer if it is a question. If it is right, I'll fulfill. If it is wrong, I'll clear it. It will be solved. If you are postponing, you are delaying the whole process. Intensity suddenly reduces the whole span of your traveling. Intensity drastically reduces the wastage of time. Without intensity, you can go on and on and on. Understand? When there is no intensity, you are lost in the past and future. Life goes on and on and on. You have eternal lives in front of you. This idea of eternal lives brought so much of passions in India. The Indian culture, the whole thing goes in its own pace. It brought a lot of passions, no doubt. But they missed passion. Understand? Because, you know, if not today, tomorrow, if not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, if not day after tomorrow, next life. You know, eternity is in front of you. I can say that's one of the important idea responsible for the laziness which is prevalent in India. I have seen till morning 10 o'clock, these guys will be sitting in chai shop and conducting newsroom, analyzing who ran away with who is having affair with who is sitting with who bought whose property. I know in my native village, some 4 or 5 people, they know thoroughly about that whole town. Who ran away with whom,
who is living with whom, who sold whose property to what price, who has got how much of dowry for his daughter, who gave dowry for his daughter, how much dowry he gave for his daughter, how much dowry he got for his daughter-in-law. Complete information. Complete information. You will be really surprised. And this fellow knows thoroughly about real estate, who sold, whose house, where, what price, everything. Even how much is given in account and how much is unaccounted. Oh, number one, number two, everything he knows. Once I asked him, he was sitting and talking about some real estate. Swamiji, that guy sold his house just 1 week before, and this house is on sale. This property is in litigation. He was talking. I asked him, are you a real estate broker by your profession? How do you know the whole thing? He said, no, just as a hobby I know, Swamiji. Just for time pass. No, really. I know in my town, in each and every town in India you can see at least 10 people like this. Thoroughly they know everything, but they have nothing to do with it. They know thoroughly in which house, which girl is waiting for marriage, what's her age, qualification, everything. If you ask them, are you a marriage broker? No, just as a hobby I collect. I know everything. And they will be conducting newsroom every day. Every day there will be newsroom going on. Nothing much to do. Because eternity is in front of you. That brought patience. But the passion was missing. The same way, one life concept. This only one life. Whatever you do now over. Then no other life after death. This concept brought so much of passion, urgency, restlessness. All disease and difficulties and problems related to urgency, depression, many things related to stress, many things related to urgency was brought by this one life concept. This one life concept brought the stress, depression, urgency. Many life concept brought a deep laziness. Nothing moves. Now, you need to understand the science of both. Then you will understand the truth and live a real life. Understand? As long as you are lost in the past and future, you are not living. The eternity is in front of you. You are just patiently. You are not living. Life is passing through you. This is what when our masters mean when they say many lives. Life will be just passing through you, passing through you, passing through you. You are not living. Please understand. Life is passing through you. Future becoming past. Future becoming past. Future becoming past. Just living patiently. With deep patience. Means you are jumping between only future and present. Future and past, future and past, future and past. You never experience present. This is one way of life. The other way, just trying to be completely in the present. In the present. This only life. Means pressure. Pressure. Intense pressure. Just trying to be perfect now. Stress. Now what I have is only mine. Understand the whole science. If you realize, if you have only patience, you have many life again and again. If you have deep passion, you have this life alone. If you have intensity, you have both. You have this moment intensely and whole eternity for you. If you have only patience, life will pass through you. You have eternity in front of you, but you will not be living. If you think you have only present, this life, you will be highly pressured, highly pressured, stressed, but you don't have time to enjoy eternity for you. If you realize intensity, please understand, one life or multiple lives is not based on what you believe, it is based on how you live. If you are in this moment stressed, only this life is life for you. Even though you believe there are many lives, you will the truth will not be your experience. If you are living with passions, even if somebody tells you this life is a life, it will never be your experience. Anything which is not your experience is not truth for you. It's not truth for you. If you are intense, passion, unpassions, you will live as if this is the only life. But you will have eternity in front of you. You will have passions. Eternity is there. You will have passions. You will have passion. This is the thing I have to live. Raman Maharshi says beautifully. He describes intensity. If you close your eyes, even if the whole world comes, you should reject it as a small dust in samadhi, passions. If you open your eyes, the passion, even if small dust comes to you, you should live it and use it as if you got the whole world. Understand? With open eyes, passion, even a small dust, you should live as if you got the whole world. With passions, closed eyes, even if the whole world comes, you should relax as if it is a dust. That is what Ramana Maharshi calls intensity. So realize intensity. You will have intense life eternally. Intense life eternally. It's a paradox. You will be intensely centered but living eternally. You will have past, present, future, all three as part of your life. If you are just passions, if you have only passions, your only past and future is your life. You will not be in the present, living. If you are just in the present, you have only passion, this life. You will not be relaxed about your future and past. If you have intensity, you have present, past and future. You will be living as a whole. Enlightenment means living in all three times at a time. Living in all three times simultaneously. My past is never a past for me. My future is never a future for me. My present is imbibing past and future into me. That is why I have so much of freedom to alter any of my past decisions and correct and create present decision and project it into future life. Because the whole thing is in me. If you are living just in present, you have no freedom to correct your past and project your future. If you are living only in the past and future, you have no freedom to correct in present. If you are living in past, present and future, only then you have freedom to correct, freedom to amend and freedom to project. Understand? Living in present is not enlightenment. I am throwing a new light. I am breaking one ice, old pot. Living in present is not enlightenment. That's what we always think. Living in past, present, future simultaneously is enlightenment. Means in your present moment, the whole past, the whole future will be present. The essence of whole past, the essence of whole future,
will be in the present is what I call living enlightenment, intensity. So, internalize this one truth. Totality never fails. Experience with the self. Intensity means a deep passion, deep patience, ecstasy in the restful awareness, bliss in peace, excitement in restful awareness. So, bring intensity as part of your life. Anything you do in the outer world or in the inner world, be intense. You will explode in 360 degree in all dimensions. Live intensely and become intense. I can say becoming, when I say become intense, it is much stronger blessing than live enlightenment. So, I bless you all. Let you all achieve intensity, radiate intensity, live intensity, achieve and radiate Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome. Sorry for the technical glitch. It took us a while to come back after the session. But Swamiji revealed the powerful truths about the most important quality that a seer must have to actually attain enlightenment. Swamiji started off sharing there are so many different paths. How now as Swami was sharing, there's for every religion that there is one path. But Swami actually corrected that statement and said for every living being there is one path. So then the question came, what is the value of religion if everyone has their own path? Swami beautifully explained the significance that it's a religion that guides our intensity in the right track that can foster our intensity. That's what makes everyone successful. That quality is intensity. There was once a man who was trying to find his master, was wandering for days and nights, weeks and months, miles over miles. He was walking, trying to find his guru. But he was not able to find a master who would teach him because he was not from the Brahmana caste. He was not Brahmana by birth, so no one would go ahead and teach him. So he got so frustrated about that eventually he was willing to give up. And he took the firm decision, okay, and the first person who I'm going to encounter now in the middle of this forest, I'm going to accept them as my guru. I'm going to do what they say. And if I live or die, I don't care. I'm going to take them as my master. And so it happened that a thief who had just stolen and was chased by the guards ran into him. And the seeker just held onto his leg and called, "Master, master, you're a master." And the thief was saying, let go of me, let go of me. Don't you know I'm a thief? No, you're a master. Give me my command. What am I supposed to do? And the thief struggling to free himself. So that fool, he'll probably just do as I tell him and tell him, all right. So my instruction for you, just sit here and close your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you. So the seeker who was so desperate to find the spiritual truth would do just that. He would sit and close his eyes and keep them closed. He would forget the time around him, and there itself, after 3 days and nights, he would actually get the darshan from Bhagavan Shiva, who would bless him with the enlightenment experience. Just, it is not even, not the teacher that gave him the breakthrough. It is only the intensity that he had, intensity that made him realize the ultimate truth. So, Swami had the intensity of the which leading into a hallway is most of what you should in your and it's a powerful technique of the results. Of the results, I think it's more who people sense issue of so this demonstration technique who be intense. This technique is called Shamukimula. As it would be very difficult to make this posture for a long time. You may sit on the ground and support your hands or your elbows on a chair to maintain comfort, because you're going to have to hold your arms up for an extended duration. You can put a chair in front of you and turn facing you and support your hands. Alternatively, you can sit in a chair and support your hands using the chair lean in front of you. By supporting your hands on the chair, you will avoid shoulder ache throughout this exercise. If you're wearing glasses, please remove them now and get ready for this exercise. For this powerful kriya. So you're going to be placing your fingers as follows. The little fingers are going to be on your lips. The ring fingers are going to be directly under your nostrils. So they're going to be closing the nostrils. The other is going to be directly under the nostrils. The middle finger is going to be sitting on the bridge of the nose. The index fingers are going to be your eyes. And your thumbs are going to be locking the earlobes. So the small part of the inner ear, they're going to be pushing them into the ear, preventing the sound from entering. So settle down now. Prepare your hands in the following way. Little fingers on the lips, ring fingers underneath the nostrils, middle fingers on the bridge of the nose, index fingers slightly sealing the eyes, and thumbs locking the ears. So finally, it will look something like this. In Ayurveda, all the five senses are located in the face. So you have with the mouth, with your nose, sight with your eyes, hearing with your ears, and the cheeks resemble the self-touch. So with the Shiva law, all the distances and fall from this. For the next 2 minutes, all these steps will be done. Close the nose partially with the revealing fingers. Just be careful. Your mind will die inside the mouth with the automatic will not be as much. Careful. Be careful. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Keep the mouth shut tightly and visualize that your eyeballs have become stone. Start by bringing a subtle of your eyes. Visualizing that your eyes have become stone. Develop intensity. If you have any high blood pressure or any known cardiovascular disease, please take it slow with this asana, don't strain yourself, and let us enter into this exercise.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoh नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham